Hello, everyone. Welcome back to day two of the HR Tech, AI, and Digital Transformation Summit. I'm Sneha, Chief Event Strategist at Hacking HR, and I'm so glad you're here with us again today. If you have joined us yesterday, welcome back. And if today was your first day, we are so thrilled to have you. Before we dive in, please do drop a message in the chat and let us know where you're joining from today. And as a quick reminder, if you're joining with a premium or premium plus hacking HR account, you are eligible to earn a certificate of completion, a credly badge, and HR recertification credits. And if you're joining with a free account, you will still receive a certificate of completion for attending. So please do make sure that you're going to grab it. And again, the summit ties directly into our upcoming live 9-week certification. This program goes deeper into embedding AI and digital capability into HR strategy. It is the people work and HR technology strategist. Please do take a look at it. And we are sharing the links to the event page and main access hub in the chat. If you're watching from LinkedIn or other platform, please do make sure you switch over using that link so you don't miss any part of today's sessions. And last but not the least, a very happy special thanks to all our sponsors, Spark Hire and iSpring, for giving this opportunity to put together this summit. And we really appreciate your support in making this global learning experience possible. And with the introductions, I am going to dive right into the summit. Yesterday, we explored foundation, strategies, ecosystem design, data architecture, digital experience, and a lot other things. So today, we are going to go a little deeper into the AI, not just the hype, but as practical enablement. And with that, we are going to kick off our first session, and I would love to introduce Dr. Glenn Sampson onto the screen to take over the first panel. Oh, Glenn, you're mute.
There we go. Good afternoon, good morning, everybody. It's great being here. Thanks so much for the opportunity to be part of this event. I'm looking forward to the engagement. In my professional capacity, I look after talent development for one of the largest fintechs in Africa called Honor Freak. And in my personal capacity, I'm an avid cyclist, I'm a foodie, I'm a traveler, and an all-round HR buff. So lovely to be here amongst the peers.
That's amazing.
Thanks, Nia. Over to you.
Yes, thank you so much for kicking off the summit, Glenn. And I'm just going to go off the screen. The stage is all yours, and we will bring in the panelists. And yeah, good to go.
Sounds good. Thank you so much. Hey, everyone. Lovely seeing all the faces. Great being here. Thanks for all making it. My time zone in Mauritius, my calendar was playing silly buggers with me. And so I thought that this event was in about an hour's time. And luckily I looked at my calendar. So much for working remotely, right? But with that, thanks again for all attending the session. I'm looking forward to the engagement. And as we kind of kick off the session, really about talking about integrating AI into core HR workflows, I think it's only right that I allow everyone to give their introductions and tell the summit who you are, what you do, and what has kind of prompted you to be part of this particular session. In no particular order, except on my screen. Cara, over to you.
Great, thanks, Glenn. Hi, everyone. Kara Hunter. I'm a principal consultant with Living HR. I've been in the HR field for over 20 years now. I started in one of the big four accounting firms, and I've been consulting for about the past 12 years. And so AI has definitely been a game changer for our business and our clients, and we consult across the full talent lifecycle. So just always looking for opportunities to embed AI and make work better for people. So happy to be here.
Thanks, Cara. Shivendra, aka Shiv, over to you, sir.
Thank you, Glenn. Good to be here. Thanks for having me. I hope I'm audible clearly to all. So I am Chief People Officer as well as Vice President for Business Growth for Ergod INC for last 11 years. And the overall journey has been almost around 2 decades. And HR has been fun. And the fun has even gone to the next level when the AI came into the world. And specifically for HR, wherein HR has got the wings, Red Bull, right? So, and these wings, there's no limit to the sky, and I am looking forward to have the entire conversation and share my practical examples that I've been using. Hopefully, will be helpful to everybody.
Thanks, Shiv. Appreciate it. Christy, over to you.
Good morning. Hi, everyone. Christy, I've been in HR coming up on 2 decades. I'm at Rival Insurance. It's actually my 2-year anniversary today, so very excited. How I tell people what I do, get the right people in the right roles, and then once they're here, have what they need to be happy and successful. Really excited to be on this panel because being in people and culture has shifted so much in the last 2.5 years. We've really focused from being like the policy people to being a true business partner. So excited to learn from all of you and for the discussion.
Thanks, Christy. Jamie, over to you.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. Jamie Conrad. I'm an HR executive in the Austin, Texas area. So shout out to all my Texas people in the community today. Serving as the Director of People at UFCU, University Federal Credit Union here in Austin. I also have almost 2 decades of HR and people and culture background, mostly in healthcare, tech, and now in the financial services industry. And the digital transformation utilizing AI is something that is near and dear to what we're going through here at UFCU. And continues to be such an integral part of all of the HR executive discussions as we continue to partner with our technology counterparts and executives. And so this is a really integral time, I think, for HR leaders and a very relevant topic for how we continue to show our relevance in our businesses that we're supporting.
Thanks, Jamie. And last but certainly not least, Wayne Tarkin, over to you.
Thank you. Glad to be here, everybody. I'm Wayne Tarkin. I'm on the faculty of the University of Pennsylvania. I teach a course in organizational dynamics, and I work with graduate students and leaders on topics of agile leadership, organizational design, and the people side of AI. I have a unique background. I guess I've been in HR for more than I like to say, a long time. But I also had a slight diversion into IT. I was developing software for IBM and Comcast. And I like to sit at the intersection of HR technology and organizational change and helping strategy. One of my things I love about AI is that, people tend to focus on technological aspects of it. But I think that's really not the place that we as HR professionals should work. We need to focus on the organization and human side. I call it organizational fitness. Is the organizational fit enough to handle AI? Because when you apply AI to organizations, if the way you make decisions and use data doesn't change, you're going to be overwhelmed. And I call it cognitive overload. Things are changing so fast. Decisions come up rapidly. There's overwhelming data, information. And how do we handle that really is what's going to help us differentiate ourselves in the future. So I'm happy to be here.
Thanks, Wayne. Appreciate it. And thanks for your introductions. As the summit can see, I think we have an esteemed group. And so we've got just about 40 minutes to deal with the session. With no further ado, I'm going to start with the first question to the panelists generally. And it might seem a bit of a negative, but what has been the biggest challenge with embedding/integrating AI into your HR workflows? Please, anybody dive right in and we'll have a kind of round robin.
Well, like I said before, to me, it's really not the technology. It's the ability to kind of improve the way we make decisions. Typically, organizations come up with fancy, dashboards, but better dashboards don't necessarily make better decisions. and it's the fact that we need to really look at the workflow, look at where are some of the bottlenecks in organizations. And I think, we have to move from a technological viewpoint to more of a systems approach, more of an org design approach. Old habits are hard to break, and that's a bigger challenge. People are comfortable using their Excel spreadsheets, and I think Excel is probably still the most popular HR technology tool in the world. And then how do we deal with all this, what I call the cognitive overload? We have so much thrown at us, change so fast. How do we as humans kind of respond to that, especially in HR? And it's how do we handle that, I think, is really one of the key issues. And then, there's decision fatigue. There's a lot of things that are going on in the world. There's change. I mean, there's political stuff, there's economic stuff. And so it can be exhausting. And so I think if we get a bit handle on how we use AI to kind of alleviate some of that, I think that'll be one of the biggest saviors in our profession in the future.
Thanks, Wayne. There we go, Jamie. Let's go in reverse order. So Jamie, then Christy, then Shiv, then Cara. It's just going to be easier to manage.
I also think that one of the biggest challenges is around governance maturity related to data. So, technology is advancing faster than most organizations have the ability to manage the risk associated with it. And now here we are responsible for ensuring AI systems, interacting with employees, they're meeting standards around bias mitigation and data privacy and regulatory compliance. And we've got things like the EU AI Act and all the emerging US regulatory frameworks that are coming out. And they're already trying to classify what hiring and employment look like from high-risk systems. And so here we are trying to balance innovation with accountability and do it in a way that keeps us safe and mitigates risk, but still allows for that experimentation and growth mindset in our organizations. So it's rarely, when I speak with other HR professionals that are trying to introduce some of this, it's rarely around, do we want to deploy AI? Usually the answer is yes, sometimes no, but usually yes, but there's still this hesitancy on how do we do it responsibly? How do we do it at scale? How do we make sure that everything is protected and private? And how do we not put our businesses at risk as we do it? And so I think those continue to be challenges that we're going to just try and navigate through as things evolve. But I think that's definitely something that we need to keep in mind and have in our conversations is what is that governance and who owns that and how do we navigate that responsibly?
Thanks, Jamie. And I think you make a great point. Sometimes we have to go slow to go fast. But often there's this risk about, well, if we don't go fast, we get overtaken. And so balancing that is a key perspective to keep in mind. Christy, what's been your experience?
Yeah, absolutely. The data, absolutely, like building on that, the data quality, the data governance, as well as the workflows themselves. So it's really had a way of amplifying what is happening in our workflows and where processes might be broken that, it's just been BAU for so long that we haven't actually examined what we're doing or why we're doing it. So I definitely, there's lots of opportunities that we've seen in the past 2.5 years with implementing AI into our workflows. But the data and the workflows themselves have been the biggest challenges.
Thanks, Christy. Shiv, your perspective.
Yeah, great. Thanks. Thank you. So to me, there are two challenges that we have faced when we started, and that's what is organizations generally facing. So number one is there are a bunch of people who are still afraid that, okay, fair enough, do I lose my job if I implement AI in my own process? Do I have my job tomorrow if it is done today? So that's one challenge. Another one is there are people who are overexcited and they are just hopping on to implement directly, and that's kind of hastening it a bit, wherein not thinking through, and that's where the problem is happening, that AI possibly worked it out in a completely different manner than what we had expected. So what what we have done is how exactly we have tackled is that we have. I mean, today this entire discussion is about HR workflows. So workflows is something that we have actually gone into the workflows more than just focusing on what tool do we need. For example, I'll tell you that I and my team worked on something like building a bot with help of N8N. That's a kind of a project management tool or embedding tool with ChatGPT or whatever LLM that you want to use. So that was about knowledge base with the chat bot, wherein you can ask anything that you want to, and it will answer you using the ChatGPT credentials and the information that it has been fed. So then when people eventually started seeing it, okay, at the organization level, human resources team is using these things, and that's how the life is becoming easier for everybody, then people started realizing, okay, fair enough, this is going to make life easier. And of course, then organization is also going to give the opportunity for doing something more meaningful, which cannot be done by technology or AI. AI is also eventually a technology. So it's just that it's a different level of technology that has been there, replacing a lot of tasks, manual tasks and everything. So that's where we are focusing on where most of the time is going manually, and how the AI can help us automating some of those things. Like RPA is something that we did with the help of AI as well, wherein now it's just like computer is on 24/7, it's working on its own. You are on leave, you're not on leave. That's completely different part. So when people see it, then it makes a lot easier for human resources team or organization to pull people towards thinking that, okay, AI first mindset is something that we need to have. So this is what I wanted to share about this.
Thanks, Shiv. Appreciate it. Cora.
Yeah, just to add a little bit, I agree with all the feedback from the other panelists. I definitely want to double click on the data and the foundational information that's being used in the content for something maybe like a conversational AI assistant. There may even be a time where we have to rewrite or reword how things are documented and written in order to make the most out of that conversational assistant, really just making sure that information is accurate. So we're not spreading information to employees that may or may not be true. The other thing that I would add to this is, aside from the tech and the workflows, I think there's a really big consideration, and one of the biggest challenges is really around the foundational culture of the organization. So if you aren't operating in a culture that encourages curiosity, that is high trust, that gives people permission to experiment, if people don't feel safe, they may really hesitate to try it. And so also I think that low trust could lead to, if people are concerned, that they could be replaced by AI because that trust isn't there instead of really being enabled by AI. I think that's a really tough hill to climb as well. So having that culture that already values people and having that as a foundation is really important as you start to embed AI in processes.
Great, thanks, Cora. I see I'm going to have to manage this team because they've got lots of knowledge and lots to share. So that's great. It's a double-edged sword. Cora, staying with you, we hear a lot of automation going on. Companies are wanting to kind of automate everything. For us, I think in a people space, that might be a little bit different in terms of where do we make sure that we keep the human in the loop, especially when it comes to HR processes and HR workflows, and why?
Yeah, I think that where you really have to keep the human in the loop, it's really anything where there's independent decision making that needs to happen, and maybe even in the moment, right? So anything that has to do with people's pay, their role, their opportunity to advance, or their employment in general, you really have to have a human leading those discussions and those initiatives, because there's a lot of context. There needs to be a lot of care in those conversations. There's a lot of back and forth that needs explanation. So anything like that. I would also say that one of the huge benefits of AI is that it can do kind of this task-oriented work for us. And so then as HR professionals, we can really spend more time on these discussions, which is where we really want to be spending our time, and also just being better strategic partners to the C-suite. So we have that time, we have that luxury of time now because some of the task-oriented work is being done by AI. So think about work that is repetitive in nature. And also that needs process, or maybe formulas or different things that people may not even be great at, that is error prone. AI can be a great start to some of that work. So thinking about work like that, I think, is what you want to push to AI, more tactical, task-based work. And again, that elevates us to have more of those meaningful conversations. I'd also mention things around accommodations or leave or well-being. Those are all places where we really want to be having the dialogue. Employee relations certainly is a place where we want to be having the dialogue. AI can maybe help you organize your notes and your talking points and your thoughts, but the human really needs to be leading those discussions.
Thanks, Cara. Couldn't agree more. Shiv, from your side, your perspective?
So, from human perspective, I would say this, that we definitely know the fact that humans are going to be very important, no matter how strong the AI gets. Absolutely, depending upon how people want to use it is also going to be one perspective to depend on a lot of things. So, but I would say this, that most of the times what's happening is that I mean, this may be a controversial statement, but I'm just sharing it, my view out of it. What's happening is that we understand that humans are going to be important, but at the same time, in the name of human approach, or a humanization of it, what's happening is that we are still living in denial. That okay, AI, there's still time. Let's take time, and then possibly next year, next decade, whatever things will happen, we'll see it. So I'll give an example. For example, I've been vibe coding since last 1.5 years, and I have zero knowledge of coding completely. It's just the AI, like the way I said, that AI has given the wings to people who did not know how to fly, of course, but the condition is that you have to be very, very careful how you're using it and what's the outcome that you're expecting it to give. So I vibe coded one of the tools that's I and my team together vibe coded one of the tools so that is LMS, learning management system. We had a third party one. We were paying them monthly subscription and everything, but eventually we built it. So when it comes to processing the entire learning course material and how it is going to be structured with the help of AI, we kind of expedited everything, and it's ready. Boom! It's just possibly 20 days. It's all right, already functioning, ready to go live, and people have started using it. But when it comes to what kind of courses, what kind of content, and what kind of material, which function, which level people are going to need it, that's where the decision is going to come from the human. And that's where I think is always going to be important eventually for that decision to be made by human, not just an AI. So that's what I would say.
Thanks, Shiv. That sounds like an exciting project that you guys have nailed. I think you're going to have a couple of rings on your LinkedIn soon enough to ask how you kind of got
absolutely.
that done.
So Glenn, I can share the tool. Actually, I mean, it's so addictive. The moment you start vibe coding, it's so addictive, and that's where we need to be even more careful that you are able to do something that you were not able to do until unless you have learned coding, you have done your engineering courses and all those things. So you're able to do it. So I can just give a tool name for people to possibly just play around with it. So Emergent is something that I've been generally using. Anti-Gravity is also by Google that I've been using. These are two tools that I can just share for people to just play around with.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it. Christy, what's been your perspective?
Absolutely. Anything that impacts people directly should always have a person in there, right? Like there's so much context that can be missed. For example, I built a GPT for candidates, right? So I'll put in my screening notes and the GPT tells me that this is the perfect candidate. However, it's missed that the candidate was reading the whole time, right? So there's like context that the Gen AI can often miss, that we as people, or there's a parody on social media about an AI boss, and the person it's like, why did you miss your targets? It's like, well, my grandma died last month. It's like, okay, but you have a 95% quota you're supposed to meet. You failed, so you're getting fired, essentially, right? So there's so much, context that we need to keep as people professionals. as well as just like the relationships that we have to create that culture and that workplace.
Absolutely. And I think of kind of two words, and I think about judgment and I think about empathy.
Yes.
And anything that kind of affects those two things, I think we still kind of have to lead the conversation, or at least be checking the notes. Jamie, what's been your experience?
Yeah, very similar. We at a previous organization started to utilize AI for helping managers draft their performance reviews. And it was great and it worked really well, but there still needed to be some human oversight. The manager couldn't just draft it and then have the system send it to the employee and no conversation. There's still nuances that need to be included, and you still want to have the development conversation regardless of what Gen AI is able to synthesize from the data that's in the system that they're pulling it from. So I think it's really important, no surprise that there continue to be human oversight for high impact decisions that are impacting people's lives. Similar to the other panelists here, I think utilizing AI to help us make better human decisions is probably the way I would approach that. And that includes everything from hiring decisions to manager effectiveness and coaching to workforce reductions and planning. All of those things need to continue to have some sort of human oversight, and let the AI help us be more effective in the decision making associated with whatever insights it's able to provide.
Gotcha. Absolutely. Agree with you. And Wayne, this is really your kind of ballpark. I see we've kind of blown through 20 minutes already. So I'm going to ask you to round it off for us. You've got a minute or two. Thanks.
Yeah, no, just AI should enhance human judgment, not replace it. I mean, that's the key analysis, and everybody's kind of mentioned that. I mean, any decisions involving judgment and context, we can talk about recruiting and talk about the L&D, but any judgment, any decision that requires people to use their judgment and context, nuances, ethics, those are things that AI can't do yet. Who knows if it will in the future, but that's really what I think makes the most sense. And for culture too, it's helpful in terms of identifying trends and data around that, but how you modify culture, how do you work with it, is really a human experiment. I mean, this whole AI implementation, in my opinion, is one big change management program. It's like any change management process you've done in your organizations, whether it's internet recruiting, COVID, whatever it was. It's really, how can we change behavior? And again, it's not the systems that really are, not the technology per se, it's really the people, it's the human behavior that I think, and my opinion, it's never been a better time to be an HR professional, because this is the one area that we could define ourselves and really help an organization scale up and be more successful.
Thanks, Wayne. And just my kind of closing thought on this round, in organizations, we do a lot of work now that kind of AI is there around literacy and using the tools better and leveraging the tools. Maybe this is an opportunity to have organizations learn how to have better conversations, right? Around culture and judgment and empathy and those things, right? So that, again, we're not chasing the tool, we're chasing how to be better at what we do, ultimately, for the people in our organizations. I think that kind of rounds up the thoughts in the room. So changing tack a little, and I'm going to be targeting each one of the panelists in their individual capacities. We're 25 minutes in, so I'm going to start with, I think I'll start with Cara. And I think it's a great segue into the conversation we've just had. And the question to you is, what cultural conditions need to be in place for AI adoption in HR and the wider organization to succeed, especially when teams may be skeptical or worried about job displacement? Exactly what Shavendra was kind of alluding to. Your perspective, Cara.
Yeah, Glenn, I really think that, you have to have that established shared culture throughout the organization, that everyone can speak to, that they see embedded throughout their employee experience, that core foundation really needs to exist before really you implement any sort of large change, which AI is a really, really significant change. So what that would look like is, that you have core values or a core culture code that everyone is familiar with, that's embedded in everything that you do, and that lives and breathes and feels like it's really a part of the employee experience. So you have to give people permission to experiment. You have to have that high sense of trust, that high sense of engagement with your entire employee population before you kind of go and take such a big change effort such as AI. Because we've all seen it out in the marketplace. There are employers that either they are doing layoffs or we suspect they're doing layoffs because of this increase in automation. And so people get really nervous about their roles and their jobs. And so if they don't have that sense of trust with the organization, and if people aren't first and at the center of the organizational strategy, that can really make people feel uneasy. When they feel uneasy, they're not going to want to try or adopt something new. So making sure that culture is really solid, you have that high level of engagement is really important as you go through these efforts. And I think just that very clear, thoughtful communication. It's not just about the tech. The tech is tough too. But if you're not communicating it properly, it really can set people back on their heels and really make them very skeptical and not want to embed AI into what they're doing.
Absolutely, couldn't agree more. And I think your last point about communication is so key, right? We kind of get into these projects and these change projects, but especially the one around AI adoption. Let's bring people along and let's celebrate the things that AI are doing, which is releasing people to do higher, better kind of work, right? More complex judgment work. So when we're talking about those wins and showing people that firstly, it's a safe environment. There are sandboxes that you can play in. There's a place to make mistakes without taking the organization down or putting us in the media. I think people do get a bit braver about kind of dipping their toe in, especially if they've been, and again, I think about, and I give my age away, but HR folk that are kind of 40, 50, right? And I think about them and their kind of sometimes averseness to systems. Anybody that's gone through an SAP implementation would know, right? And that's why they revert back to the kind of spreadsheets. But when they can kind of understand how to play safely and that it's not going to kind of replace you or minimize your value, I think that adds a lot of confidence to the organization. And then we've got to celebrate those things and communicate them kind of publicly. So it kind of spreads the vibe, the positivity around this new thing that's happening. Right? Thanks so much for that perspective. Christy, we've seen organizations invest heavily in AI tools. And again, we talk about the spreadsheets that HR teams don't consistently use, right? So again, what behavioral cultural barriers or wins have surprised you in your implementation?
Absolutely. We've said it. You guys have stolen all my answers already. So the fear is definitely the biggest barrier, I'd say, right? Like the fear of the unknown. Change is a big fear for people. I think generally people want to be good at what they do, right? So when generative AI first came out, it's new, it's scary. People might have used it like Google, for example, so just unsure of what its capabilities were. So it didn't work at first. And therefore it's like, I don't know how to use this. So I'm resistant to using this. It's similar to like when computers first came out or, cars first came out. It's just like, how do I do this? It's unfamiliar. I don't want to do it. So that's been the biggest barrier is people's fear. But I think that also, as Kara said, that creating that environment where people have the ability to experiment and try, fail fast. I say this all the time, and I'm sick of hearing myself say it. I don't fear failing. I fear not trying here, right? So we started fairly low barrier AI challenge That was 2024, June 2024. We did a challenge. So people were just sharing weekly how they're using AI. And that's evolved as we've gone on. So we have these monthly show and tells now where anyone's able to show what they're doing with tools, right? And it doesn't have to be successful. And it can be anyone. So me, like I've made a AI agent that automates sourcing and like hiring manager messaging and candidates, just looking at candidates. So I can show that. And then it gives people permission. It's like, oh, well, how am I working? Why am I working this way? And what is possible for me to do? And just that, the more people try, the more opportunities you see. I think like with myself, the more creative I am in the work that I do, the more opportunities there are for me. If I'm actually looking at how I'm working, it's like, oh, well, what about this? How can I do this differently? Or like, why do I do this way? Is there an opportunity here as well? So on both sides, like the fear as well as, just that not having fear.
Gotcha.
Well, if I could follow up on that.
Yeah, of course.
Christy brings up a good point. It's the feeling safe, having a culture of trust, and because experimentation is not something we typically have done in HR, right? We've grown up to do things right, perfect the first time, and come to me with the answers, not the questions. But in fact, a lot of times you have to ask the questions to get the answers, and so that's a big cultural shift in organizations. And it's not going to happen overnight, but I see a lot more HR leaders, CHROs willing to experiment, because AI, it's not really a technology experiment. It's a culture. It's a workflow experiment, and it's not going to get it right. But the good news is there's thousands of people in the organizations who are already experimenting with it. How can we tap into that? And doing it our own time, but how can we tap into that to enable us to feel comfortable taking risks, because we're not going to get it right, but we learn rapidly and then improve as we go along. So I think, adding what she said, I think that's a critical element.
Thanks, Wayne. Thanks for adding those thoughts to that. And I think the other thing that, again, just almost to close off this round, when we talk about the fear, when I started using AI, I was almost embarrassed to tell people that I was using AI. I thought it was almost illegal. It felt like cheating. So again, I give my generation away, right? And slowly, it's we're making it okay in the organization to say, well, I used AI to do this, and now we're bragging about it. And I think that shifts the culture and the confidence in the business as well. So I'm going to ask one last question in this round. Shiv, I'm going to go to you. We've got 7 minutes left, so you're going to have to be short, and then I'm going to go to closing questions. So again, when we think about AI implementation, often we kind of start with awareness and ideation, and then we move to piloting, and then we hope that at some point it kind of scales and embeds. And so on that theme, how do we move from isolated AI pilots, especially in HR, right, to organization-wide kind of implemented workflows without creating chaos?
Yeah. Thank you. That's actually a great question. So I would when we started, we had this problem, and how do we approach it now, which is working out very, very well right now, is instead of focusing on any tool. For example, we keep getting all these newsletters and everything. Okay, here's this tool for hiring, here's this tool for LMS, here's this tool for recruiting, and all that. But at the same time, we got into the processes, and we tried and identified which are the places or which are the processes that are taking majority of our time manually. And when we got into it, then we realized, hey, you know what? I think there's, first level of intelligence can be done by the AI, and then of course the person next can definitely, analyze the observation shared by AI, and then share the list of action items for us to execute. So, for example, when it comes to screening the candidates, when we started doing it for, it's like ChatGPT was something, definitely an initial LLM that came into the world. But at the same time, Claude is something that I generally prefer than any other LLM. So when we started, kind of sharing these resumes with Claude, There was something like we built a user interface with N8N as well as this Claude. So when we are uploading a resume on this portal, what it does is that it goes and identifies that what was the job description and what was the previous candidates' feedback that have been uploaded, and what are the current candidates that have got through it. And then analyzing all that data, then it says, okay, fair enough, based on your current people that are already in the system and how their resume looked like and how their interview was, this is what is the feedback that I would suggest. I mean, Claude would suggest, okay, this is what it is. And of course, these are the next steps that you can take to ask questions and get the answers to be able to be 100% sure whether or not to go ahead with this one. So this is something that we did. And when we started integrating the AI in the workflows by first understanding where exactly we need to integrate it and where it can be easily integrated, then our team also started getting the confidence. Okay, fair enough. This workflow, AI integrated, done, dusted. Okay, fair enough. It's working fine. And then we are moving on to others one. And when the organization is seeing that human resources team that's possibly considered to be far more distant from technology is able to do all these things, then other teams can also do it. And I'm glad that human resource team professionals have this opportunity to lead it from front, not waiting for the technology team or IT team to come and tell us, hey, this is the vibe coding platform, you can do it, this is this LLM that you can use it and all that. So this is what I wanted to share. Thanks, Glenn.
Thanks, Shiv. Thanks. Appreciate that. Such a exciting time in your business, I can absolutely see. One of the perspectives I also just wanted to share before I get into our kind of closing comments, I see we have about 3 or 4 minutes left. One of the things that we're experiencing is the question about the chasing of the newest tool, right? And so as teams are piloting and they're exploring and they're experimenting, we're on these forums and these news sites, and every second day, there's a new version of Claude, or there's a new ChatGPT, or a new LLM that's
Is Glenn frozen for me too? Just me?
No, me too. Yeah.
On the chat, they just messaged
back.
Well,
I think it was my internet that died.
I think he's frozen. People want to give a kind of closing comments here, I guess, because we're close to the end.
Yeah, why don't we go with close this out? How should leaders think about AI in the future within HR?
Okay.
So in our respective.
He's back. Yeah.
Okay.
There we go, Jamie.
There he was.
Sorry, my internet's blowing up.
Not a problem.
I thought it was Jenna trying to tell me that we need to close up. Go for it, Jamie.
So I was just saying, let's close up with how leaders should think about AI in the future within HR. From my perspective, I think leaders should think about it as a tool category, or stop thinking about it as a tool category and start thinking about it as a infrastructure within the business. Cloud computing, data analytics, those are all things that we've seen come and become part of day-to-day work and operations. So AI can be no different. Is simply going to become eventually part of how organizations just operate. It'll be infiltrated into day-to-day operations. And so I think if we treat AI as a capability embedded in a workforce rather than like a centralized or a separate initiative, then we get to, instead of answering like, how do we use AI? It becomes more about how do we build an organization that knows how to use intelligence responsibly and data responsibly to make the decisions needed.
I think just to follow up with what Jamie said, I think we need to develop the capability to handle this, right? It's like anything, a new athlete. You're You can't just run a marathon in the first day without training. You have to really practice and build the capability. You have to kind of try it and not be successful and move on. And so it's really that ability to kind of develop a capability, to have that fitness level in the organization that people kind of embrace the technology or are willing to use it and experiment with it. So to me, it's really about the capability of the organization to respond to this, because right now we don't really have that. We're kind of overwhelmed, too much data, faster decisions, change. But I think if we can develop increased capabilities along these lines in the future, that will be more successful, help us be more successful.
Thanks, Wayne. I see Jessa is about to kick us out, so I'm going to thank everyone on this panel. A note to the conveners, we need a lot more time for these sessions. 40 minutes is clearly not enough, but thanks to my esteemed panel. It's been an amazing engagement. I'm sure that Jessa and the team will share everybody's LinkedIn details if they haven't already. Please feel free to reach out, engage with us, continue the conversation, help us become better HR practitioners with the use of AI. And as I read the other day, I saw something that said, it's the first time in history that you can actually ask a tool how to use the tool the best way. And so let's keep doing that. Thanks, everybody. Thanks for being here. Thanks to Hacking HR. Have a good rest of the day and the rest of the summit. Enjoy. Cheers, everyone.
Thanks, everyone. Bye.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, Glenn, for kicking off our first panel, and it was such an amazing one. And thank you, all speakers and our audience who are staying in. A key insight from that discussion is that AI strategy must be more intentional, aligning to business outcomes, and embedded into our daily workflow. So now we move from strategy into the decision making. So I would love to bring on our next moderator who will be facilitating the panel. It is Janet. I would love to have you on the stage. Amazing. Hello. You're mute.
Thank you. How are you today?
I'm doing great. Thank you so much for asking. And the floor is all yours, and take it over.
All right. Thank you so much. Well, welcome everyone to Augmented Decision Making, applying AI to support judgment and consistency in people decisions. I'm really excited to be moderating this discussion because I think it's an important one. HR decisions are really hard because they lack options. They're hard because we need our decisions to be fair, explainable, consistent, and still human across different managers, different teams, and an imperfect information. Today, we'll focus on augmentation, what it really means in practice, and where AI helps, where it can harm, and what responsibility guardrails look like. I would like to bring on our panel now. Hello, everyone. Thanks for joining us. If you each want to take a quick lightning round intro of yourselves. I know 40 minutes isn't very long, so we want to jump into the discussion as soon as we can, starting with Deb.
Hello. Oh, I'm so excited to be here. Can you tell? Hi, everyone. My name is Deb Haas. I'm the founder of The Unexamined Mind and AI Confidential. I spent 24 years at Accenture doing workforce decisions at a global scale, hundreds of thousands of employees, and then I got laid off and I decided to become an AI educator. So best plot twist ever. Very excited to be here.
Happy to have you. Vanessa?
Hi, everyone. Excited to be here as well and to be part of this very fantastic group we have here. My name is Vanessa Matibag. I'm the founder of Outside Lead HR Solutions, where we partner with mission-driven social impact organizations and bring that fractional HR leadership into their organizations. I have been in the HR space for over 20 years. So that gives you an indication of how old I am now. So, but yeah, thank you so much. Excited to be here. Thanks, Deb.
I just want to make sure that I'm pronouncing your name correctly.
Malvika.
Malva? Say it, Brian.
Malvika.
Malvika. Very pretty. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. I'm Malvika. It's great to be here with you today. I'm the founder of Atvis Group, which is a human capital advisory firm driven by the core belief that to win in the marketplace, businesses must first win in the workplace. Thank you for having me.
Thanks for being here. Lopa?
Hi. Hello, everyone. I don't know how to start this up, but yes, first of all, thank you for having me over here. AI is the next big thing which is happening to everyone, and especially in HR segment, right? We want to take the right decisions, but we also need an AI help to help it out little faster and all. So, well, I have been in this industry for almost 20 years. I work with an IT company called Relevance Lab, and we are in a phase wherein we are in between of AI implementation and all the decisions. So I'll be happy to be part of this panel this time. Let's see.
Thank you. And Christy?
Hi, everyone. I'm Christy Lustig, and I am currently working for a pharmaceutical organization called Boehringer Ingelheim as a leader in people analytics, and I also lead our employee listening program. So I am a data person trying to understand how do we optimize our workforce and our talent and really use data and evidence to inform our people-related decisions. I've been in this field for more than 15 years, so along comes AI, right? And so we are trying to, find ways to be more efficient in how we provide our data and our data processes. So I'm excited to hear and speak about this topic because I think that it's a really exciting time, but I think it's also really important to be realistic in how do we use it in a way that augments and is effective without replacing. So looking forward to the discussion.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. So we've got a great mix of professionals here. We've got practitioners, analytics, consulting, founders' perspectives. So let's get this started. I want to make sure that everybody is on the same page of what we mean by augmenting. So how would you say, or how would we define augmented versus automated decision-making in practical terms? And let's just start with the same sequence we did for the intros.
I guess that means that I'm up, right? Is that what that means? Okay, cool. So augmented, basically that the human is always in the loop. I mean, that's essentially what augmented is. And I would assert that you can also include it in the automation as well. In fact, there should be human in the loop included in that as well.
Vanessa?
Yeah, Deb said it right. Augmented means basically there's that human component in it. So for me, I think the difference between automated and augmented comes down to who owns the decision and can explain it. So if you go to, let's say you go to an employee and you're talking about performance and your only reason is because that's what the tool said, then that's a fully automated decision. So you take out whereas if you say, well, you summarize the data, but you listen, you have that empathy during the conversation. So, and then you come up with a decision. So that's, for me, is augmented decision making.
I agree with what Deb and Vanessa said. What I would add to that is I think a helpful way to think about this distinction is to think about it through the lens of deterministic versus probabilistic AI. So a deterministic system is going to follow fixed rules. So you can tell it, given this input, produce this output. So those systems are great for automation. So think about like a payroll example. If employee hits X income level, apply Y tax rate. So the system can sort of execute that reliably every time. Probabilistic AI is different. So those systems generate predictions based on what they see in terms of patterns in data, and they express outcomes with a degree of uncertainty rather than certainty. So think like the AI tools that you may use for screening resumes, and those tools that tell you this person is an 83% match with this job description. So many of the AI tools used in HR fall into this category because, as we all know, there's very little black and white. There's a lot of gray area. There's a lot of looking at patterns, sense making. And so these tools might predict things like which employee is likely to succeed or which employee is at risk of leaving. So I think that distinction is important for people decisions because probabilistic outputs are signals, and so we shouldn't treat them as verdicts. So that's how I think about that difference.
For me, when it comes down to an AI, I always fall back on one acronym, which is ACT, which is balance AI with humanity, analyze with AI, have a human context into it, and take a measured, people-centric decision, human-centric. AI will not be able to have any kind of an empathy, or it will not understand the reasonings. So that is where it will support you with the data what has been fed in. So that is where it is only supporting your decision to take the right, it is only going to support you with the documentation and the analysis of what decision you are supposed to take. So that's why when you are using it, use ACT acronym for yourself.
All really great answers. And I'll just add that it's a tool. It's not a replacement, right? So just like Excel, just like the internet, right? We're kind of building all the advanced technologies, and it's just another tool that we can use to inform discussion, to help us think about things that maybe we haven't thought about. One of my favorite ways of using our AI platforms is to kind of contradict myself. What am I not thinking of? What are some things that are unintended consequences that I should be aware of? And that helps me then be able to come more informed and really give a better consults and advice and so forth when we think about how do we use data. What are some of the things I'm not thinking of? Because I think it's a great tool to help kind of that judgment, but it's not the thing that makes the judgment. It's not the thing that says, okay, this is what you should do. It's also limited, right? There's still hallucinations, there's circular reasoning. And so it also feeds your ego, right? And until we advance it in a way that it doesn't, you definitely need to be informed that it will probably agree with you no matter what you say. And so being aware of that and critically thinking and even asking it to not agree with you, I think is the best way to use the tool in some instances. So it's a tool, just like the internet was a tool, but it's not going to be the thing that you say, what am I doing? It's the decision, well, AI told me to do that. So here we are, right? So.
And can I just add, because I definitely something, Christy said, it's a tool. So I think we need to remember that efficiency is a tool, and that's not our goal. Our goal is still to come up with fair and thoughtful decisions. And that's just, and that's the human context of it.
Perfect. So my next question will be for Lopa. How do we balance AI efficiency with human empathy in decision making?
Let me fall back on what I initially said about ACT. Use AI as a tool to make a decision. You feed the data, AI will be able to quickly analyze the data, give you the results, what is the past things and all. And however, AI will never be able to derive an empathetic decision. They will not know what the past histories. Let me explain this example within that. Let me explain this, sorry, point with an example. We are in process of doing a promotion or annual review for the people. AI will certainly be able to feed the data quickly. They will be able to analyze that what was the performance ratings and details and all the things that managers has given. There might be a possibility that one manager is very strict. He never rates his people more than 2 or average, something like that. While there might be other manager who will rate his people extraordinary. So AI is going to give you a generated data based on whatever inputs has come. They will not understand the difference between the personality of managers. They will not understand that if you take a decision purely based on the data that is given to you, you will miss the mark. Could be possible that the other person was underrating his people because of his expectation. So this is where we have to take a balanced approach between human empathy and the details provided by AI or tools that we are using. Right.
Perfect. So, Vanessa, how transparent should we be with employees about using AI in people decisions?
100% transparency is required because transparency builds trust, first of all. So if you have that culture embedded, you have trust embedded in your culture, and so you have to, because AI, like we said, AI is here to stay. AI is going to be our tool in giving us the data, the metrics in making decisions. So this will affect our employees, and we have to make sure when we sit down and say, hey, this is what we collected, this is what we've been talking about based on your performance review, etc. And so we have to say, okay, we had some criteria set up. We used, for example, you say, okay, we have this certain criteria, we ran this to the system, and this is what came up. And then it's up to the manager to be explaining and also listening to the concerns of the employee in terms of, let's say, if you're doing a performance review and you're using metrics gathered from AI, and you have to be upfront about that, and that will drive the conversation as well. So I think you have to be 100% transparent. You have to build that trust within the organization. And I think very much employees, these days, everybody knows that technology is not going anywhere soon. It's just going to be improving and improving and hopefully making our lives so much better if we use it properly.
Absolutely. I agree with you 100%. We do have a panel question. So I would like each of you to have a chance to answer this question, but I'm going to start with Christy. Oh, geez, it moved. Basically, it said, how are we checking to make sure? I want to find it exactly.
I have it here, Jeanette. I can tell you. It's. I really appreciate the references to human in the loop. I'm curious, how are you intentionally checking your own bias when using AI tools?
Mm-hmm.
So, and I can start with a response to that one.
Okay.
None of these AI tools, we always got to keep in mind that it's all based on data, y'all. And if you've worked in an HR company or in a company in HR, garbage in, garbage out. So you always got to keep that into consideration whenever you're prompting any of these tools. And so for me, I'm always checking, like whenever it gives me any kind of response, I'm always checking it back and going, okay, so what 10 assumptions did you make to give me that answer? Or, radical candor, what's missing from, what you gave me? Or what haven't you thought of, or what haven't I thought of? Before I come up with any final answer, that's what I do. Because you look at AI is based on how many years of internet data, and we look at how the history of the world has been, and gosh, the world has been pretty biased, so that's just coming into this system itself. So we really need to bring our human empathy, the epoch our empathy, our perspective, our presence, our hope, all of those into any conversation around this.
Okay. Christy, how would you answer that?
Yeah, thank you. I would lean back probably on my original answer, right? It's circular reasoning. It's there to kind of make you feel good. Everyone ever asks, "Oh, how do I make a chocolate chip cookie recipe?" Right? Great idea. That's what you should be doing tonight, right? And so, I think just being aware that that exists in our AI tools, and when we're asking questions, it does the same kinds of things. So, making sure that as we use it, we are educated users of the tool and that we ask questions like, what are things I'm not thinking of? Sometimes I even like to say, ask me, this is the topic I'm trying to understand or inform. Ask me questions until you can be 95% accurate in your response. And that tends to work really well. In like garbage in, garbage out, right? We only have so much information that we're feeding it. And if you're working with an organization, a lot of times there's a lot of parameters in place, right? And how it's grabbing information. So being aware of some of those limitations and those parameters and really helping it to guide you to get to the point you want to be instead of just taking that first answer that it provides, right? So almost using it as a critical judgment and how you're utilizing the tool and informing. That's really what it's about, is informing what you're trying to do. From a data perspective, which is, we know, the world that I live in, a lot of times we'll say, okay, well, are these data related? What are some things that I'm not thinking about? But again, it will only scrape and look at what it is available, right? It doesn't know the context. It doesn't know the why. Why am I asking this question? And so I think being a critical user of the tool is first and foremost the most important thing to be doing, and not just kind of going in blind and assuming AI knows all.
Fantastic. Now, I do have a follow-up question on this. Do you think it is like best practices to keep a running list to see trends of what the answers are being given in a certain platform, say performance, or, see if there's any bias that we can see?
However you can triangulate information is the best practice. That's kind of where I come from, right? If we see it show up in a couple different places and it tends to make sense, then it's probably more accurate than not. If we're seeing conflicting messages, if you bring something that you generated in AI to a conversation and people are saying, well, that doesn't seem right, then there's something wrong with the tool, probably, right? So I think you always triangulate and think with critical judgment of, what is it that I'm trying to do? Does that seem to resonate? Does that seem to match up with other things that I'm hearing, seeing, or feeling, right? And so I think that that is a really good way. But the tool has evolved. I mean, like technology, right? It evolves exponentially. So a year ago, AI looked very different. It was like really cool, but it had a lot of errors, right? And now I think we're at this precipice of, it's kind of dangerous, right? We still do see hallucinations and circular reasoning, but we're kind of really excited because it has evolved so much and can do so many things that I think we still need to be aware and operate with caution with the tool. We're not at the point where we've got robots who can solve everything, right? So I think we need to also manage expectations of our leaders using the information, of those thinking that we should be using AI, and for ourselves. So that transparency piece is important by also setting expectations.
Awesome. Can I just add also that context is really very important? Because, for example, you're sitting down with your staff based on the data. This person was not able to meet their goals, but you as their manager know that, okay, maybe during that time frame 3 months ago, this staff was going through a personal challenge. And so there's you're aware, you have context into that, and so you're able to, okay, she was not able to reach her goal 3 months ago because she was doing this. And so you try to say, okay, you have that conversation, and then you try to support the employee, first of all, by checking in on their well-being, and then moving forward and say, how can we, what is it that we can do together so that you're able to meet your goals moving forward. So context also is, and that's where the human component comes in.
Yes, I love that.
Okay. AI is to be taken as an helper. What happens is when we try to make it as a solo decision maker for the things, we forget that AI is just a tool to guide you to take a right decision. You don't know, AI will not have any context, the way Vanessa said, that it will not understand what happened, why it happened. So when you are asking certain questions, I use AI for many of my questions, but when I ask them, I usually go back and say, now you flag out whatever answer you have given, how it can backfire to a person. So it is like you ask, yes, it will help you to give you a detailed explanation of many things. However, let's say if I'm taking a termination decision based on whatever details I receive from AI, it might be completely wrong. And the person being affected, it might be a huge consequence, not just to that person, to company, to individuals, and all the things. So when we are dealing with it, it is very important for us to bifurcate both of this, that AI is just an helper and it is human who is going to take a decision, responsibility, and reciprocation of whatever is going to happen.
I would just add that it's always helpful to ask questions like, what problem are we trying to solve? Who is this serving? And who could this potentially harm? And I like to check my own biases by doing exactly what Christy said and asking the AI to challenge me. And it also helps to give it a persona. So asking it to dissect your recommendation or solution through the lens of an ethicist, for example. Obviously, you want to look at the data that's being used to train the system, because as we've said, historical decisions have inequities embedded in them. But also it's important as an organization to run outcome audits across demographic groups to identify disparities. So you want to make sure that even the vendors you're working with are installing some type of mechanism to ensure that whatever output or recommendation their AI is providing is being audited for bias from time to time. And then the last thing is you want to have solid governance in place. So you want to make sure that you and your organization understand which AI supported people decisions involve cross-functional oversight, which decisions can be automated. And it's important to remember, like we said, that statistical correlations are not explanations. We need human interpretation, especially when organizational risk is involved and when people outcomes are involved.
Perfect. My next question is for Deb. When AI gets something wrong, gets a people decision wrong, and it will, who pays the price? The vendor, the organization, or the people the decision was made about?
Well, of course, we know it's the human that pays the price, right? These systems are not designed. These systems are designed to keep pushing that off onto the next person along the line, right? So, and I don't say that to like scare people or anything, but just that the reality is, if we're going to be responsible in using these tools in organizations, we need to be really clear on the governance. We need to be really clear on who's accepting responsibility for any decisions that are made. And we need to be really clear that transparency needs to be the key. A lot of these systems are essentially black boxes, which, if you don't know how the algorithm was created, if you don't know what's being added into it, how can you feel comfortable taking its decision? And the other thing that I also want people to realize is that I don't know if it's a training thing or what, but many of us, if we see something that looks really polished and really professional looking, we're going to go, oh, that looks like it's right. We won't do the extra due diligence to double check, to triple check that it's accurate. So AI is really good at giving you something really polished and really believable, but we also know that it hallucinates. It's designed to make you happy. It's an overeager, overconfident intern. All of them are designed this way. And if it doesn't have what you want, it will make it up. So you always always have to be the one who's steering, the one who's in charge, the one who pushes back. You need to be the boss. You need to be the boss of this intern. And then you also need to like gut check. That's what I tell everyone all the time. And especially, and here's the thing, women, we're so good at this, man. We've been doing this for decades, like checking our gut when we read something and we're like, you need to start listening to your gut if you haven't been when you're dealing with AI. Really, like listen to whether, if you have anything in your head that's going, I'm not too sure about that one. That's when you want to be pushing back and pushing back hard. I hope that answered the question. I get a little excited and then I go off on something else.
Can I add to that, Deb? I just want to say that sometimes that don't kill the messenger really plays a part here. And for me, I work sort of as an internal consultant, right? I kind of bring some of these insights to these conversations that are at key points. And if I'm bringing bad information, then it's on me. And so that's why it's so important when you're using AI to have that transparency. Hey, this was generated with AI. I've done these things to kind of, show my critical thinking. And here's the information that we arrived at. And it does triangulate, right? It does match up with all the other things that we're seeing. And also know your audience, right? If you're bringing some of these AI generated thoughts and maybe recommendations to maybe a peer, you can maybe have a more constructive conversation. If it's to a senior leader, you better have done the work, right? So that's another really important piece, because if you're bringing something to a senior leader and they make the decision on it and it doesn't go well, that's going to come back to you. It's on you. So if you're a user of AI, it's going to come back on you if you're not doing your due diligence.
You can't outsource your thinking to it. You can use it as a mirror, or you can use it as a thought partner. I use it all the time as a thought partner to check my thinking and that kind of thing. But at the end of the day, and I hate that I use that phrase because it drives me nuts, you are the one that's on the hook for what it produces.
And just to add to that, what AI really lacks is accountability, because that's purely human. So yeah.
Absolutely. So what type of bias do you think shows up most in practice? Like data bias, process bias, promoting bias, or manager behavior? What are y'all thoughts on that?
I think it amplifies your own bias, because it's something that will cater to you. I like the overeager intern. I like that phrase. If you already are entering it with some bias, it will just amplify that, because it doesn't know anything else, right? It's eager to please you and what you're putting into it. So again, it's about critical thinking, how you're using the tool. So also making sure that when you're asking it questions or you're feeding it information, that you're doing all things. I think that Malvika, I'm sorry if I pronounced your name wrong, great suggestions, right? What problem are we trying to solve? What are some of the things I'm not thinking of? Making sure that you're including those things into the tool as well.
Thank you. I have another question, and this has been a question from many HR practitioners. Can AI really help sort through resumes?
I'm happy to.
It can help sort through resumes, but the problem is, here's the problem. If whatever process you've been using is already inherently biased, it's just going to do it at scale and at speed. It's going to amplify any existing issues or problems that are already there. It's going to do it faster. It's going to do it bigger, faster, better, if there's any bias already existing within that system.
So are there measures or steps to fix the previous bias that may have existed?
I think AI can, like Deb said, AI can help manage scale, because as we know, in a lot of organizations, especially now, you receive thousands of applications or resumes for a single role. So if you use it responsibly, it can help kind of identify skills, or it can sort of cluster candidate profiles. It can even surface, in some cases, overlooked talent. But I think the risk arises when you sort of use AI as an invisible gatekeeper. So a lot of, again, resume screening tools rely on probabilistic models that are looking for statistical patterns in past hiring decisions. So if your past hiring decisions are biased, if you've been focused too much on culture fit and not culture add, and you've been focused too much on hiring the types of employees that you already have, then those patterns are going to be they're going to reflect your historical biases, and they're going to inform your future decisions. So I think the problem arises when you try to kind of bolt AI onto legacy processes. I think it's important to audit your processes without AI and examine them for bias, inequities, etc., and then think about how we can bolt AI onto those processes to make them fairer, but also how can we use AI to help our leaders become fairer. So there's a company called Textio, which I'm sure a lot of people are familiar with. They use AI to help leaders write fairer and better and clearer performance feedback. So there are solutions out there, AI-powered solutions that you can use to actually reduce biases in your process as well.
And I'll add that I think the prompting is important. So if you're using a prompt, right, there are tools that help you advance and be able to do better prompting. And that is what's going to kind of everything else is kind of contingent on your ability to do that well. So utilizing tools to enhance your prompting to kind of make sure that your prompt isn't also inherently biased, right? So making sure you can make the that's kind of that garbage in, garbage out. So the prompt is going to pull all the other things. If we're using an AI agent, right, it's more about that parameters, building in the parameters, the assumptions. So doing that really well is really important. It's not just about showing up to the keyboard and typing in a few sentences. It's maybe about using these other tools to make sure that what you're doing, what you're feeding it, is also the right way, the most effective way, et cetera. But I really liked what you said about not bolting it onto legacy processes and auditing outside of that process as well.
I agree to that. And there are many organizations who are already using AI for their resume screenings and all that things. We see it all the times. However, it is very important. Like for my company, we have certainly put in a process that we randomly even audit the rejected resumes just to make sure that we know good resumes are being rejected. So whatever data we are feeding into an AI, it is important, but it is also important to audit whatever results are coming back to us, just to make sure that we are monitoring our details and criteria at every single point of time. What we are feeding, yes, very important. What we are getting, we are rejecting, analyzing that is equally important for me right now.
And just to add to that, I think it's not just the resume screening, but even before that, when we write our job descriptions, most of the time, well, definitely we've been using AI now for creating job descriptions, but on top of that, there should still be a human review of, okay, are there, is my job written so that it can only attract a certain profile? So it starts with your job description. Yes. And making sure that there you can, as much as possible, you can eliminate and you can be as inclusive as you want to be, and you are able to attract that diverse pool of applicants that you want to.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So what is one red flag that you see in an organization and it tells you that they're doing this irresponsibly? That's for everybody.
I think who is at the decision-making table really matters. For me, when I go into organizations to help with AI transformation, and I see that it's being treated like an IT project and being led by the CIO, without HR people at the table, without the legal team or the data privacy and security team at the table, that really concerns me. Because I think a lot of organizations have yet to understand that we need to treat AI as the cross-functional endeavor that it is. It's not an IT project that should sit with the CIO. So I think that's one red flag. The other red flag is when organizations say, we just need AI. Our board is pressuring us. We need something, right? Help us implement something to get them off our back. And usually that means they're trying to sort of check a box to show the board that they embedded AI into the company or into their products. And in that check the box mode, they can end up making irresponsible moves or decisions. And so I think that's when they don't start with the business problem that they're trying to solve, that's a red flag to me. And the last one is decision outsourcing, which we've talked about already. So when organizations start to outsource decisions and delegate critical thinking, that's really problematic.
Oh, I love that, Malvika. I absolutely love that. The whole answer was fantastic. Oh.
For me, the one red flag will be no one will be able to rationalize the decision that was taken. Because when you take a help blindly, completely using just an AI, and you don't know why the decision was taken, where it is going to implement, who is going to get impacted out of it, that is the biggest red flag. That there you can see that human intervention, it is almost kind of a zero, because they don't understand what has come out and how they are going to rationalize it.
Yeah, the part that gets me, here's the part that gets me. So organizations have become, 35 times more internally complex since like 1970 or something like that. So you can imagine, and all of us know, we felt it, the bureaucracy times nth level. And now most companies just want to throw AI on top of that. So now we want to automate all the crappy decisions that are happening, and automate all the broken things that are happening. And I'm looking for the organization that's like, wait a minute, why don't we use this incredibly powerful tool to help us reimagine, redesign how we're doing business? Like, slow down a little bit to do that and see what we could benefit from that. But I'm not seeing a lot of organizations that are willing to do that, or that are interested in that.
Well, all right. Unfortunately, we only have a few minutes left. So I just wanted to do like a quick lightning round answer of what is one people decision area you'd never let AI lead, and why?
For me, it will be termination. I will never let an AI take a decision on employee termination, because we don't know what was the background for the person's performance. Like, let's say if AI is saying XYZ is a poor performer and we are not able to do something, I will always prefer to go back to their background. I will prefer to talk to their managers, clients, anyone, if it is required. Because that is one thing, it is going to impact an employee and my organization on a big level. Not just that, if it is an AI driven decision for a terminating employee, it is going to impact to my other employees' morals. They will feel that company is completely inhuman and does not give them a proper care, attention that they deserve, which is completely not acceptable.
I'll jump in and say, I'd say at this point, though, where we're at with the technology, I wouldn't allow it to make any decision, inform the decision, right? And especially if we're dealing with someone's opportunity, livelihood, identity, et cetera, AI should be informing the decision, not owning it. So.
And I agree with Christy. I think all of, especially within the human resources space, we should never forget that the H stands for human. So any decision is going to impact the employee, whether it's termination, definite termination, promotions, compensation, and they need to know. There should be also not just informing them of the decision, but having why did we reach this decision? So that is just definitely a human component, and that should never be AI generated.
Agreed. I think termination decisions, promotion decisions, like Christy said, anytime you're taking into consideration someone's livelihood, someone's identity, someone's dignity, it's important for humans to own accountability. I think we need to remember that AI, yes, AI is going to transform how we live, work, and play, but AI transformation at the end of the day needs to be people-led and tech-enabled, not the other way around.
Yes. Amen. Yes to everything else that everyone else is saying. And for me, it's this. AI exists in a two-dimensional world, right? You know, they're making robots and whatever, but it will never, ever be human. It will never, ever have feelings. It might be able to simulate them, but it will never, ever have them because it does not have a human body. It does not have a human heart. It does not have a human mind. So always keep that in mind. Like if there needs to be a human in this decision, then make sure the human is the one that's doing it, not the AI.
Perfect. Thank you so much. We are just about out of time, so I want to thank you all. If there's anything else, I mean, there's so much more that we could discuss here, and we could be here for hours. And hopefully one time we will be able to. But right now, I just want to thank you so much for everything, and all of your insights were fantastic. And next up, we have AI-enabled work design. Yay. So
take care of yourselves, everyone. Do something special for just you. Just you. Be selfish.
Thank you.
Take care. Bye.
And that was one amazing panel, and it was such fun. Thank you so much, Janet, for bringing so much life into the panel, and to all the panelists for making it very special, and loved all the incredible pointers that you have pointed into. And I would love for the audience to take a look at the link that's been posted into the chat so that you don't lose the link to join rest of the panels for today. So please be sure that you jump into the link. And as we think about AI supporting decisions, the next question from the previous panel would be, how does AI reshape the way HR itself works? So to talk more about that, we have an amazing panel, and this will be facilitated by Kimberly. I would love to bring her on to the screen. Hello.
Good morning, afternoon, everyone.
Awesome. Thank you so much. It's been a while since I've seen you, so it's so nice to reconnect again. Thank you so much for taking up the panel to moderate, and I would let you handle the whole panel, and the stage is yours.
All right. All right. Well, there might be some technical issues because I'm not seeing anyone else. There we go. That is helpful. I thought I was going to do a moderated panel on my own. Welcome, everyone. Super excited about today's topic, HR tech, AI, and digital transformation, enabling work design, redesigning HR roles. And there was a great conversation happening just a little while ago on the last panel. I just wanted to jump in on that one. So I'm excited to have the opportunity to chat here about this topic. So a little about me. I have spent over 20 years in HR executive leadership, leading teams through global acquisitions, transformations, and all of those great things. I am a AI strategist. I have taken a number of courses, through Hacking HR, as well as on my own. I'm the founder of Lodic Systems and the creator of Ripple IQ, which is an AI-powered coaching tool. So enough about me. I'm in the Sacramento region, so we'll call out if anyone is interested in joining the regional chapter. I am leading that and looking for people to join if you're in the Sacramento area. So I will, a couple things. I will go round robin, and then, as you want to participate, take yourself off mute, and we can keep the conversation going. So I will start with, we'll start with introductions, and is it Marav?
Indeed.
Start with you.
Yes. Hi, everyone. Great to be here. Lovely Wednesday morning. My name is Marav. I've been in the HR space for over 20 years in different capacities, including total rewards, HR business partner role, M&A, etc. And I did have an interesting stint that contributes directly to the topic that we're going to talk about today when I ran a production floor in a food company in the past. So like thinking systems, tools, and processes, very much inherent in what I do. I'm a fractional HR leader as well as a total reward designer and excited to be here. I live in the Bay Area, San Francisco Bay Area.
Welcome. Lisbeth, you're next on my screen.
Hello, everyone. My name is Lisette Sivi. I'm the Chief Human Resources Officer at Child Care Resource Center, a large nonprofit in the Los Angeles area. I've been an HR practitioner for about 25 years. I'm excited to be here today and talk about how the HR roles are, going to evolve and change with the ways that we're working and technology, something that I'm very passionate about.
So welcome. Daniel.
Hi, Kim. Hi, everyone. I'm Daniel Strode, and I'm joining from Spain and Madrid today. So it's coming towards evening, but hopefully I've got enough light that you keep seeing me throughout. And indeed, I've been a global CHRO for many, many years, 15 years, at some largest banks in the world. And most recently, and now I have my own consulting firm, which is really specializing in artificial intelligence and human change. So delighted to be part of this panel and looking forward to getting stuck in.
All right. Angela.
Good morning, everybody. It was morning to me. I'm in Denver, Colorado. I've spent 25 years leading in talent management, 20 of those internally in large corporate settings, and the last 6 of those as an external advisor, coming alongside of senior HR and operations leaders, mostly in smaller to mid-sized organizations, helping them build their talent programs, build their HR teams, build their enterprise mindsets. So I'm really focused on making workplaces better, and AI is certainly part of that.
Awesome. Irina?
Hi, everyone, and also greetings from Spain. I'm in Malaga. So Daniel, I'm in the evening as well here. My name is Irina, and I'm working as a head of digital people experience in a company called Sapertech. My experience in HR was very, very diverse till now, but I've always been working in HR and technology companies. So now my team is working in the intersection between HR and digital transformation. So we are implementing automation and AI in our HR environment as we speak. So yeah, excited to be here. I think this specific topic is quite spot on what I'm doing with my team. So I'm happy to learn from the rest of the panel.
We are looking forward to learning from you as well. All right, so let's get started. I have I've framed out our questions so we could kind of have a conversation flow, follow-up questions, things like that. So I want to start out with why are we redesigning work now? So Marav, I wanted to ask, we are seeing massive investments in AI across all industries. From your perspective, how is AI fundamentally changing the way we design work and roles?
Yeah, I think it's a great question. I think we're going through a pretty much a fundamental architectural shift in the way we design work in this age and time. If you look back to the early 2000s, we organized work around jobs and optimized for standardization, really, of the work that is getting done today. And as we look into the future and the possibilities, we are probably moving to a more workflow-centric type of design with agents coming into the mix. And it's really about where the tasks and the skill drive the design of the workflow itself. And human judgment is, of course, in the mix. there is a lot of work right now getting done with large companies, like spending millions and millions of dollars on AI and not really seeing the ROIs yet. And it's mostly because they're trying to run a very dynamic new architecture on a very old siloed model of how work gets done and how we organize work. If you think about a finance function, for example, automating or putting AI over invoice processing, for example, to really be able to support the new reality, HR has to look at work differently, look at how it gets done differently, look at the skills that are needed and the compensation that is aligned with that, and really mobilize the talent and how work gets done, and do that in partnership, obviously, with the relevant business unit. And right now, the way HR works is, if I'm the HR business partner, I would need to connect with 3 different COEs and align with them and convince them of what we need to do before I can actually go back to the business and deliver. And I think this fundamentally has to change, both in the groups that we support as well as within the HR team.
Agreed. Anyone have any follow-up on that?
I think like a part of the fact that we've been designing roles around tasks and policies and processes, right now we'd rather need to always think about outcome and design around outcome, what we are trying to achieve. And also when we look at the processes, they are normally very static, like SOPs, right? Checklists, what people are doing. But with how technology is evolving, and it's evolving all the time, when we are designing, we need to think more about adaptable workflows, because they will adapt with each and every month and with each technology advancement. So it's all around outcome and adaptability for me.
Yeah, and I agree. And I think part of it too is the people adaptation, right? It's not so much about the task, but also how do the employees adapt that, the change management, and the experience. I think the evolution of technology has made some processes more seamless, and so starting to shift from the time that we're spending on administrative things versus really adding value in other areas that bring more focus to what truly how the HR function is evolving.
Absolutely. One example that I have, we just my organization that I work with, we finished open enrollment, and one thing that we did was build a Gemini gem with all of the benefit information, so it could be a conversational piece for staff, so to help them navigate some of these questions in a little more detail. So little things like that can go a long way as well. So follow-up questions. We're moving from a job-centric architecture to what you call a workflow-centric agent-based model. As we enter this era of the super worker, how do the actual tasks of HR professionals need to change to support this new architecture?
Yeah, I think the big piece is moving from the daily task, from being an episode, so like time bound, right? Like we're gonna do this, then we're gonna do that, then we're gonna do something different. Annual compensation review is gonna be this and this months. Will be moving to more continuous work design. So if I'm thinking about that example that I gave in finance, for example, as an HR business partner, I feel like that situation can probably not be sustained with an HR team that will say, okay, you're now changing what you're doing. We're designing your job or designing the work that you do, the workflow that you support to be completely different. And therefore, we're going to reskill you. We don't know when, right? Like this has to be, right, like just in time, more just in time than ever. And the overall support has to be focused on what's happening in that moment. So if I need to adjust the compensation, I wouldn't want to change and wait until the annual compensation review comes around, if that makes sense. So a lot of what we are doing is going to be moving from this annual cycle or timeline that exists within the operational rhythms of the organization to be more just in time and fluid, if that makes sense.
It does. Anyone have any follow-up comments or anything to add? All right, Lizeth, I want to first apologize. I mispronounced your name in the beginning. I read it as Lizbeth. So Lizeth, I apologize.
No worries.
How do you align this AR-enabled HR transformation with a broader overall business strategy?
Yeah, it's not just about adding AI to the function of HR. It's really about thinking about how are we going to use AI to solve some of the business strategies. So we need to start with what are the business strategies, what are the key priorities that the business needs to focus? And then thinking about what are those capabilities that we're going to need from the workforce to be able to achieve those objectives. And then you're going to think about how are you going to use AI to help with some of those tasks or upskilling the individuals. So really it starts with what are the business objectives that we're trying to solve? How are we going to use technology into that? And then how are we going to adapt that to the people strategy and looking at the programs, whether it's the recruitment, the hiring, the training and development, and thinking about what are some of those high impact AI cases that we can use, even potentially pilot them, start small perhaps. And this is where it is going to vary depending on the organization. Some companies have gone all in and some have, done pilot programs. And I think the other piece that's important is thinking about how are we going to link the AI HR metrics to the business KPIs, right? You want to ensure that there is a correlation and it's not just about, okay, here's another tool that we're going to use, or how is AI going to take away my job, but rather thinking about how are we going to leverage the technology with the business strategies and the people to identify where those gaps are, how are we going to use the technology, and how are we going to embed that into some of the programs within the HR function at the same time. And then, making sure that we're measuring that outcome.
All right, any follow-up to that?
I
think one build from my side, which is although HR, chief HR officers and chief technology officers have probably an outsized role to play in this transformation, I think it's important to say, actually, this will only work when it's led by the CEO and the executive layer as a cross-functional team, right? So how I see it is, if you want your AI transformation to be successful, yes, HR can lead elements of that and many important elements like the training, like the development, direction of travel, ethics. The CEO needs to set the strategy. And I think that's a discussion that needs to happen first and foremost, where you say, this is what we mean by this. This is our expected set of outcomes. And these are the behaviors we're going to work against. Because I think without that, you're probably lacking perhaps sponsorship, you're probably lacking alignment and direction. And of course, that means that the organization goes off doing siloed things. So I would put that on the table just to say I think that's probably a prerequisite.
I think it's interesting and probably makes total sense that all three of you, you and Lisette and Irina previously have mentioned outcomes, right? Like measuring on outcomes, looking at the outcomes. And a lot of time in HR, we're not super focused on the outcomes, but we're focused on the process. And I think that's a mindset shift for us as a function to really be able to support the organization.
Agreed. I do agree that there is a mindset shift for sure. Irina?
Yeah, just wanted to add that we need to, right now we hear a lot, AI adoption, AI transformation, this is our strategy. This is not a strategy. AI is just an enabler to what strategy really is, to what value we are trying to achieve, or what new things we want to unlock, whether it's growth, whether it's resilience, whether it's innovation of the businesses, or vice versa, whether it's efficiency, whether it's cost, etc., etc. So we need to understand this bit first, and then we need to think how AI can enable us to achieve this, right? Because all AI adoption, yeah, it enables us, but it doesn't directly impact on the strategy unless we design everything around the outcomes we are trying to achieve. Because we can measure activity, we can measure usage, we can implement millions of tools, but that's not transformation. We will optimize what we have right now, maybe increase the speed a little bit or quality a little bit, but we will not transform. That will be very limited.
I agree. And kind of tagging onto that and transitioning over. So let's talk through the difference between replacing and enhancing work. I think that that's a good follow-on to that. So Angela, as we hear about both AI automating work and augmenting work, what is the difference and what do HR leaders need to consider regarding both?
Yeah, I think where most of us started, and most of us probably still are, is where can we use AI? What activities can we replace with AI? And that does keep us in that activity world that we were talking about earlier, is focused on the process, on what we do, which is fine and good. And those are important things that we need to replace so that we can step into more important work. But I think the better question, instead of where can we use AI, is how can our work look different because of AI? So really that to me is the difference between automating something versus augmenting something. So specifically in HR, I think a really easy example of automating something is automating the questions that often come in to an HR business partner or an HR call center about, for example, my time off balance, or how much will this benefit cost, or what is the policy for this? And there are so many organizations that are starting to automate that with AI. That's fantastic. But let's remember that's an activity. And while we automate those activities, what is it transforming about the work we do? So a different way to think about using AI for that, you still use it to answer those questions, but now you ask it, what questions are being asked of you, AI, most frequently? Where are our systems showing that maybe there's some pivot points and some cracks that we need to address? And now let's look at, if those questions are coming in 3 or 4 times a day, now we know where we need to strategically kind of enter into a surgical situation and maybe address and fix some of those situations. So that's using AI not for automation. Well, you're still using it for the automation, but you're also using it to augment what we do and to help us think differently and lift up from activities to, as we've been saying, kind of impact. And that is really what brings us into, I think, that the next era of the design of HR, really beyond activities, beyond process, and into how do we start to insert ourselves differently and think strategically and show how we can do that through that augmentation.
I love that. That's great, Angela. Any follow-on? We do have a question in the comments that I wanted to kind of flows into here, and then Daniel, I have a question for you. But Stealth Strategy is asking us, how did we bring workflow-based jobs into the org? HR team, what hurdles, how's it going? Anyone have had the opportunity to look through or bring in workflow-based jobs?
Well, we're doing sort of more of short projects and using the AI piece before we redesign some of the roles. So for example, we've used AI technology to enhance our L&D programs to create more personalized onboarding plans. So we're going in different phases, but that's sort of the next evolution, is really thinking about the entire workflows, how this is going to impact how we structure and how our processes are within our division.
We've started to redesign end-to-end processes into augmented and maybe in some places automated workflow. And when we were starting to do that, we were looking at all the processes and we were thinking what could be the one which is frequent enough to matter, but safe enough also to pilot experimentation and in a controlled environment. It has its own challenges, because when you map out the process, you can find out a lot of things which are outdated or which have excessive steps. So my view here is when you try to transition into designing workflow with AI augmentation, etc., you need to first clean up your processes and understand what's your input, what's your output, what happens in between, and from this journey, what's critical to keep, and then what's not critical at all, and what is not critical at all can be reimagined with AI or automation or different integrations. So this is a whole journey. It's quite romanticized in a lot of articles and videos I'm reading, but it's a hard work and very granular one when you come to reality.
Thank you so much. I know that was kind of an insert question, but I wanted to make sure we got that in as we're going through the comments from our audience as well. So Daniel, I have a question for you. There's a lot of talk about AI automating jobs, but less conversation about how we actually decide what gets automated, what gets augmented, and what stays distinctly human. Who should own that decision inside an organization?
I think the best answer to this is the obvious answer, which is, I think this is a question of co-design and co-creation. So as to say, actually, whenever you co-create something, it's not only ethically the correct decision and the correct thing to do, because this is about people's jobs and people's roles, but it actually produces better outcomes. So I've seen it work really, really well when companies have gone to the employees and said, this is the technology that we have. These are the types of things that we want to do. This is our strategy. These are our commitments to the market, whatever it is. And you take employees on that journey. So you say, actually, we're not using AI for surveillance or for cost-cutting reasons. We're actually using it because we want to do new things, have extra growth, make the previously impossible possible. And actually, I've always found that those on the front line are the ones that really understand the work, because they're in the process, they're in the day-to-day. And they can actually advise us on what are the tasks which are augmentable, automatable, and so on, and which ones they're actually happy to give up. Then I do think you need a layer from human resources, and it's a very important layer, because if you just automate and augment 80% of work, actually that could be detrimental to the organization, because then suddenly you have what I call developmental debt, which is where leaders or people in the organization no longer have to do certain things, and they don't learn how to do certain things. So all of a sudden you've got a middle manager being promoted to leader, and they've never had to have a courageous conversation with an employee because the AI takes care of that. Or they've never had to be face-to-face with a customer because the AI takes care of that. And actually, I think some things, although they could be automatable or augmented, probably are best left to humans, just so that we continue developing that muscle. So I think ask the people, co-create, co-design with them, and have some sort of HR ethical compliance view to say, actually, this is what we believe in as a company as well. And I think if you do those two things, you probably get a pretty good outcome.
Well, and I think also with any job, whether it's HR or finance or any position, you have to know the fundamentals of what it is that you're analyzing from the output of AI, right? Because if you don't have that fundamental knowledge of what to look for, then you're just going to take face value of what AI comes out with. And so, that's why I also think there is still a lot of focus that still needs to happen on the core fundamentals of any jobs, so that the people that are using AI know what to look for and identify, well, this doesn't look right, or assess it, right? So I think that is also part of the evolution of integrating AI, but you also have to understand the fundamentals of what it is that you're trying to use, have the knowledge of the word connected to the utilization of it, to really fully embrace it and make it successful.
Yeah, and you got the fundamentals. So a calculator is only as good as the input you've put into it, and then the action you take off the back of it. So it's exactly the same in this context, more complex, of course. And in addition to that, it's also about accountability. So actually saying, I'm going to be responsible for this. If an AI says to me, Dan, you can go to a restaurant in Madrid and this is the best one, and I get there and it's closed, who is responsible? It's me. It's not the AI. There's no consequence for the AI. So we still need to be agile enough to say, even though we might be augmenting or automating certain things, the human is the one who's accountable for this. And that's so fundamentally important, I think.
I think it's really interesting that we're using words like accountability and trust in the environment when we talk about AI. And I do feel, Daniel, that what you've shared about having the people co-design or co-create the processes with AI, this really needs a high level of trust in the tool. And for those people to also be contributing fully to the process, they need a whole high level of trust in the leadership of the organization to really be able to contribute to that in a meaningful way.
Yeah, and I think it's important to say, let's not go from 0 to 100 overnight. Actually going from 0 to 5 or 0 to 10 is fine. And then we're going to go from 10 to 20. And that's also fine. I think a lot of that, and you've all mentioned that report where 80% of AI transformation has failed, i.e. not met its original business case. Most of that, in my opinion, came from the culture and the environment. And it was IT teams saying, this is the business case, these are the savings. And actually the organization didn't materialize those savings because this is not like turning on a new technology system. This is change management. This is behavioral change. This is process re-engineering. And actually 0 to 100 is too brutal. It's too significant. So step by step is also completely okay.
I agree. I want to ask, there's another question in the comments talking about psychological safety, and I think it fits in here. We're making all these changes. Of course, we've seen things in the news about it impacting jobs, but I believe that it's an enhancement, and I don't think that it's going to replace everybody's job. But how do you address possible anxiety about AI, like fears about job loss? Any specific message to people or approach?
A story that I like to tell when I hear a question like that is what happened when automatic teller machines, ATMs, were put into banks years ago. That was really almost our first AI, if you will. And bank tellers were assured that their jobs were going to be gone. And instead, it actually increased the need for bank tellers, because as people weren't going to bank tellers for deposits and basic needs anymore, they were using the ATMs, they were going to the bank tellers for more complex questions, and banks found they needed more of them. And so I actually find that if you tell that story, everybody can relate. Everybody's used an ATM. They may not have been around when ATMs were first introduced, but they can kind of put their minds in that place of what that would have felt like, and realizing, oh yeah, I go to a bank and there's still people, but those people do different jobs now. That storytelling helps people come along, rather than just saying, I'm not going to replace you, I'm just going to augment you. What does that mean? But instead, if we tell a story, people start to understand, and you start to help them realize your job is probably going to change, but it's not necessarily going to get replaced.
Great.
I think it's also because people, they don't fear technology. They fear uncertainty, which this technology brings. They fear loss of control. They fear loss of job. But also, I think there is another fear, which is, who am I if my job is taken, right? Because we build even our identity around our skills, our knowledge, our experience, our expertise. And then when AI makes us a little bit less unique, we need to reinvent ourselves in line as we reinvent in our work and the way we are doing this work. So this is a little bit of this identity change. So everybody are gotta be way more adaptable. But coming back to how to address this psychological safety, it's a lot about transparency of what is AI, how we are going to use it, who is owning what is automated, what not, and then the impact. And then it's also involving people, I think back to Daniel's point, to participate in designing all of this, to participate in evaluating use cases and choosing the use cases which we are going to experiment with, and giving people this opportunity to see how AI can add value rather than bring some threats to their job, and gradually, case by case, moving them to being comfortable with this.
Yeah, and everything Irina said is change management. And we have to think about AI implementation, not just the technology piece, but the people, the change management, right? And there is a lot of conversation about, upskilling your technology skills to utilize AI. But I think it's the other soft skills like change management, emotional intelligence, the critical thinking, that is really, those are our core skills that are becoming much more, critical, I believe, in today's workforce, to be able to help with the change management and the adaptation of AI in the workforce.
I agree. I want to transition a little bit. So I think that the role of HR has changed changed with the addition to AI. These things were put on us to create, help create policies and think through all of those different things. Back when in 2023, I think, when it was first came out and released to most of us. So, what skills are becoming, Lizeth? What skills are becoming critical for HR professionals, and how does AI enhance personalization and things like learning and performance management?
Yeah, I think, and I touched a little bit about, we were just talking about change management. I believe, change management is becoming a critical skill. The reality is, HR does a lot of change management. Data literacy is going to be important, right? The analytics as you're measuring some of these outcomes. Obviously, the technology, AI fluency, thinking about the strategic workforce planning and understanding how the workforce is going to change with AI adaptation. And one of the things that perhaps maybe it was talked about in another section is, there is that ethics around how we're using AI, especially in HR, and how you integrate that with analyzing data. And when you personalize it, to either create personalized, development programs to analyze the skills, we need to be cognizant of, any bias, any privacy, any ethics, any security, so those are the other elements that we have to be aware when we are going to be using this. And, obviously the communication skills is going to be also very critical as you continue to navigate, these changes, and being able to have that transparent conversations about how things are evolving, and being able to give effective feedback, effective communication. So I know it's a very, broad list, but I think, a lot of these skills are becoming more and more critical within the function of HR.
I love that list. I think it's a great list of skills. And, it's interesting that you've gone with those skills, because I see there's probably two futures for HR. And I much prefer the future you've just described, which is the future where HR gets rid of what it shouldn't have been doing, or the manual processes and the repetitive tasks, and basically can become the strategic function. And I saw a question in the chat, which is, what's HR's irreplaceable value in the future? And I think it's that. I think it's strategy and those types of conversations and being close to the business. Of course, the other side, and many companies will go down this route, is the value destruction kind of route, which is just to say we're going to automate as much as we can and just become, highly efficient and only focus on process, which, of course, as you can imagine, and I'm sure you all agree with me, that's not the route, we'd be advocates of. So I love those skills, and would only add the fact of being really strategic and close to the business as well.
Mm-hmm.
I agree. And so we are down to 5 minutes, which I can't believe the conversation has flowed so quickly. So I want to get into kind of our close this out. So we'll call it the Monday morning question. As we integrate, Irina, as we integrate AI into sensitive areas like hiring or employee relations, what governance models ensure accountability, and who ultimately owns it?
I was muted, sorry. I think governance is a huge and very complex topic. I don't really think it's purely in HR, because there are too many angles to governance. It's informational security, it's compliance, it's HR as well when it comes to making decisions around people. So it's a big topic. But I think the key areas to look into is transparency, because people need to understand how we are using AI and what happens on the back of the usage, if we use any data, etc. It's clarity around human accountability when we are using AI, and it's also very clear, so to say, panic buttons. I mean, if something goes wrong, what's our escalation point? What's our backup plan around it? And that is very important. And who needs to own it? I believe it's all engaged, and leadership first and foremost needs to back up the governance, because governance sometimes is considered as a little bit like slow in innovation, right? But it's not, because we cannot sustainably grow and sustainably scale without governance. So yeah.
All right, well, thank you. I am going to switch to a round robin question. Last question for everyone. We'll start with you, Daniel. If you could give every HR leader in this room just one question to take back to their CEO this week to reveal if they're genuinely committed to transformation or just running expensive pilots, what would that question be?
Oh, Kim, I would probably get thrown out of the company. What a hard question. I would probably say, listen, have you got a named owner and a person responsible for redesigning work? Or are you just running AI as an IT project with an HR stamp of approval on it?
All right, Rav.
I'd probably go and ask what are the outcomes that you're trying to drive for the organization, and then figuring out how AI can actually support those outcomes. So what are the business outcomes? What line in the P&L are you trying to drive?
All right, Lizeth.
I would go with change management. What is the change management strategy that we foresee using to be able to achieve this objective?
All right, Arena, what's yours?
I think I would go with what capabilities are we needing in the future, and are we considering how roles are evolving in our org design?
Great questions. Angela, close it out with you.
I would say what work actually creates value, and which of that can only be done by humans and with human judgment, and which of that can be better done by technology.
That is great. That is a great way to close it out. I thank you so much, all of you. We're just about at time here. Next panel is the AI capability development, building AI fluency across HR teams and leaders. So thank you all so much. I've thoroughly enjoyed this conversation.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kim, for facilitating such an amazing panel, and to Daniel, Angela, Irina, Lisette, and Mira for great insights and the key takeaways. I'm very sure that these have been provided to our audience with great insights. And as work evolves, capabilities must evolve alongside with it. So just to run around this discussion, we have our next session on AI capability development, building AI fluency across HR teams and leaders. And in this discussion, we are going to explore about developing AI literacy, upskilling HR leaders, building confidence in applying AI tools. And I cannot wait to hear everything that this panel is going to bring us. And I would love to introduce Natalie, who would be facilitating this panel.
Thank you so much. Audio doing okay? Can you hear me?
Yes, absolutely fine and fantastic. Thank you so much for being a part of this amazing summit and facilitating this panel. And I will wrap up my work and leave the stage for you.
Thank you so much. All right, so we're waiting for our colleagues to join us. Welcome, everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, whatever time zone, whatever location you may be. We're so happy to be together and happy to have you, our audience, with us. You know the drill in the chat function. Let's keep it lively and interactive. And to start off, let us know where you're joining from. So your name and your country would be great. I am Natalie Fine, moderator for today's panel. I am the founder of Next Leaders NYC. I help leaders navigate change and activate communications for an AI-driven workplace. So I'm going to set things up with a little introduction, and then our panelists will introduce themselves briefly before we dive into it. So just to set the scene, by 2027, over 70% of organizations will use AI in core HR processes. But most leaders are still asking, how do we adopt AI without losing the human side of work? The aperture needs to widen. This is about much more. HR is now an integration hub. It's not just a silo any longer. AI adoption is changing operating models, skills, and culture. It's not just a systems play. Workforce strategy is now inseparable from business strategy. So HR teams are playing a bigger role in helping leaders and employees navigate business transformation. Friends, we don't need to become technical experts. What we need is to become translators between technology and humanity. This doesn't mean that you need to out code a bot. What you need to do is out-human it. Play into your uniquely human strengths. So let's be clear, AI isn't replacing HR, it's redefining what good HR leadership looks like. So that is a great segue into today's conversation. We are going with our esteemed panelists to explore many things, but I know we'll hit at least 3 categories. One is how AI is reshaping leadership and talent decisions. 2 is what people-centered digital transformation looks like. And 3, we want to make sure that we talk about and give you some real tools and use cases that you can implement back with your teams. Our goal, when we want to help you build AI fluency amongst your leaders and teams without losing what makes work human. So a side note about the themes for today, all of our panelists gave some suggestions and ideas, and I also asked a few AI bots. Yes, as moderator, I thought it would be fun to see what ChatGPT and Claude and Copilot would say when I prompted them to say, tell me 5 ways HR teams and leaders can build AI fluency based on research, case studies, and news articles. And I'm happy to say that what the real humans provided aligned pretty well with what the bots provided. So we'll get into that. But now I'm happy to see our esteemed group around the screen, if you will. We're going to do a fast 60-second intro. So we'll start off with Chuck. If you could please give your full name, your role, or what you're currently doing in this space. And then what's a challenge that you're thinking about as it relates to AI and building fluency in an AI world across HR leaders and teams. So over to Chuck, and we'll go around the clock, following with Carla. Over to you, Chuck.
Sure. Well, thank you for that, Natalie. I'm Chuck Marslin. I am the Director of HR at HBPG, a private equity firm in the affordable housing space. I'm a self-proclaimed AI and HR nerd. And so everything in this world is really exciting to me. When it comes to fluency in this world, one of the things for me is just moving past the core HR speak of ENPS and performance metrics and moving the language to overall business use cases. For fluency, it's knowing how to take those survey data, the one-on-one notes, and run them through a model that can find trends between high performers and compensation and retention, and then taking all that information and going to your C-suite. A fluent leader doesn't go to the CEO with a problem. They go with data-backed driven answers, and they showcase how they can find the solution to increase retention and save the company money. And that's how we're able to get ahead using AI and being more fluent right now. So that's what keeps me up at night. And those are the areas that I'm trying to work on all the time.
Excellent. Carla, over to you.
Hi, I'm Carla McIntosh, and I'm currently a senior strategic advisor for Silo Ventures. Like Chuck said, I'm an AI enthusiast as well, and I think particularly being in the talent acquisition space, closely embedded within the HR team, for me, it's really important just to let people who are skeptics understand the benefits of AI as not a tool that will replace your job, but that will unlock more potential for you and the folks that you lead. To do better, more efficient work. And if we think about, 2 heads are better than 1, the benefit of AI is in many cases, you have millions of heads and thoughts and inputs that can help to drive how it can impact your business. So that's what I've been really actively working on.
Beautiful. Amrita, tell us about you.
Thanks, Natalie, and very happy to be here. So my name's Amrita Bomik. I'm the Vice President of HR for Team Car Care, doing business as Jiffy Lube. So it is, in fact, the largest automotive franchisee for Jiffy Lube here in the United States. And I've got a large number of years of experience in the automotive space. So it was interesting. I was speaking to one of our board members a couple of days back, and they said that the reason they felt very bullish about our business is probably one of the few businesses which is not at threat for AI, because you do need to go and get your car serviced, and that's where we need a large sort of access to talent, especially talent who's willing to get under the hood and get their hands dirty. So I think for me the biggest challenge is it's a very large, distributed, complicated business with multiple states and compliances and things. And also, interestingly, a business where there's a very real challenge of getting the talent through the door and getting them to stay. So how do you retain them, show them the growth opportunities, and then develop into store general managers and things like that. So I'm really excited about the panel today and the insights. I'm also a nerd, I guess, just started, I would say, dipping my toes into AI, and I think I'm very excited about the possibilities, at least for the business that I serve and support, on how we can get better with predictive analytics and generally get better at talent development, which helps the business.
All right, let's see if the nerds continue. Going now across the bottom. Take us through you, Mine.
Hi everyone, I am Mine. I am joining from Istanbul, Turkey. Is almost the end of my day. It's 8 p.m. past 8 p.m. here. I'm the founder of Happy Work Studio, and I'm also an HR tech investor and a startup mentor. So I am bringing two perspectives, one from the culture and happiness well-being side, and one from being the investor and tech savvy person. And where I see the fluency is if a leader is really fluent, then they can make the decision when to use AI and when to have a combination with human decision. So HI and AI, like human intelligence and artificial intelligence, and how to combine both to create the ROI. And I think one of those decisions lie in the ethics side. I think it's going to be a huge issue in the upcoming years, and creating those transparencies and deciding on who to keep accountable for. When something happens, is it going to be AI? Is it going the AI agents, or is it going to be the real human? And also letting people know when they are just under surveillance, or that the processes are linked to any AI tool. So I think having this, the balance, having that decision savviness is going to create fluency for the leaders.
Thank you. Okay, and rounding our group, Sandia, please tell us a bit about you.
Thank you so much. It just felt that all of us spoke and we're all in that same race, right? But just that the starting points are different. So hi everyone, Sandhya here, and I work at the intersection of AI and HR at Apexon. And I think which is probably the most interesting place to be right now, at the same time, almost chaotic, right? So my day job, I lead the AI transformation for the people function, which basically means I spend half my time convincing HR professionals that AI won't take their job, and the other half building AI agents that do parts of their job. Right? But seriously, it's been a great journey. We will talk a lot about the programs, the agents that we have been speaking about, pure play from a non-tech perspective. And what keeps me up at night, right? It's definitely not the technology or my 5-year-old who keeps me on toes. I think we have figured that out. But it's the adoption gap. So we have certain departments, personas who are moving fast, where the heat comes from the business. And there are certain folks who do not. So we have same tools, same training, but completely different outcomes. So that's the focus. So closing that gap, making AI fluency an habit for all of us and not an one-time event. And that's the real challenge. And that's where I come from. And that's where I'm most excited to talk about today.
Well, you have just beautifully set up the opening question that I wanted to ask for everyone. So there was no design to this, but I think it's, destiny. So it's clear that AI is shaping and reshaping how work gets done, not just for HR, across any organization of any size, for founders, for startups, for enterprises. But I'm curious why so many HR teams are still treating AI fluency as optional, especially when it's becoming a new leadership core competency. So for anyone who wants to jump in, we're going to go around briefly. What will it take for HR to build real AI muscle at scale?
Excellent. I think probably because I was the last person to go, so I could take some lead on this.
Let's do it.
Right. Yeah. So I feel two reasons that HR treats fluency as optional. One, there is no burning platform. Unlike an IT or a finance where AI failures are immediately visible, right? HR can keep functioning manually. So nobody's quarterly revenue drops because an HRBP formatted and resume in certain way. So the pain is invisible for us and it's distributed. And the second, this is also a behavioral science piece, right? Most AI training gives people awareness without giving them a trigger to act. You leave a workshop inspired, right? You leave this talk inspired. You go back to your desk and default to the same Excel process because the new behavior has higher friction than the old one. So that's not a motivation, it's a design problem overall. So I feel HR won't build AI muscle until not having it becomes visibly painful and makes that cost of inaction impossible to ignore.
Well, I would love to hear from Chuck as someone who has a quote on his LinkedIn about pain. And I know his background is as an athletic coach. So maybe it's not so much no pain, no gain, but what's it going to take to build this muscle set at scale?
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up. I do come from a coaching background. And one thing coaches do, and we do it in HR as well, is we look at history and we use history to help determine our decisions. And what history has told us is people are scared, right? People have always been scared of something that's new, the typewriter, the computer, the calculator, the internet, and that in every instance, there's that unknown lack of there's that fear and the lag in adoption. And I actually experienced something similar to this with my daughter today, right? We had to go for blood work. She's 6 years old. She was terrified, pushing back, really hiking herself up, crying. It was honestly very just like traumatizing. But I told her, you have to do it. You can either do it or you got to do it scared. But either way, you're going to have to do it. And I think that's exactly where we are with AI in HR, right? People have that inherent fear of being replaced. We talked about already the fear of the complexity. But seasoned HR leaders really do know that AI is now the baseline and you have to take the charge and get excited, or you can do it feared in a level of fear, but either way, it's going to have to get done. So to build that muscle at scale, we have to stop looking at HR and the data behind it in a vacuum. We have to start connecting the dots to things like ARR, to revenue, and showcase that level of fluency from an overall business and leadership perspective. And when we can do that and showcase that our AI fluency creates revenue, creates bandwidth, it shows that the business is here to stay and the results take over and the fear starts to fade away.
Love that. Connecting the dots. Who wants to also comment about what's it going to take to build the real AI muscle at scale for HR folks?
Let me chime in. I think that what is going to make it sustainable if it's focused and based on the culture. And because if not, and we have seen, now the name of the change is AI. 10 years ago, it was lean. And back then it was the Kanban. And so the change is something that's never going to change. So I think basing it on culture, because it's not one size fits all, understanding what your culture is and just making sure that people are also part of this change so that you're involving them. It's not a top to down decision, but it's just the decision is being made throughout the organization and they are just being engaged. They're also taking into consideration what your values are, what your culture is, and is this a fit for you? This change, the how of the change. It's not about what, it's about the how. And if we are not focusing on how, then it's not scalable. It's going to fail. And also the adaptability part, which I'll also be talking in detail. But there was a study about the adaptive leadership. And in that book, they're saying the problem is not with the technical challenges, because if you're missing any technical tool, any technology, you can just go do a research and buy it. But when it comes to the adaptive challenges, that's where it's making it less scalable and challenging. So we should be just working on those adaptive challenges, making sure that the whole organization has the capability to unlearn and relearn this new way of working.
I love that. I'm a big fan of adaptive leadership. We need to talk. We'll talk offline about that. Okay, Carla Amrita, what's your take on how we can build that real AI muscle at scale for HR?
Yeah, I think the first and foremost is that company leadership needs to let people know that it is a safe to experiment environment where people are encouraged to take risk leveraging AI. But I also think that it's also going to take really defining what great looks like. I think over the last few years, we've seen companies really emphasize how they want to hire people and promote people with curiosity. And I think a lot of talk was made about people that have fixed versus a growth mindset. I think now we're pushing the envelope further, and it's more iterating from a fixed mindset to people that actually have a computational mindset. And so when we start to embed it into the expectations of how we hire and the profiles that will be great in a culture, tying it to ability to be promoted, and also just tying it into the ability to be more efficient at your job and into those performance assessments. I think that that is the missing link, and we're starting to see some of that. But I think one way to bridge all of that together is for companies in every group is to tie it, to Chuck's point, tie it to those strategic pillars that a company has and embed it within the mission statement, not as an optional, but as a mandatory. And just on a personal note, I think we as folks in HR have to be very candid and translate things, removing the fluff, to say that at this point, if you're not using AI in your day-to-day workflow, you're kind of underperforming, because we understand that, when I mentioned earlier, the two heads are better than one, you're leaving a lot of ability to do your job on the floor if you don't embed it. And I think just from an efficiency standpoint, it is just the right thing to do. So I think all those pieces being woven together would be what it would take.
Excellent. Amrita, bring us home.
Yeah,
What's going to
I'll
build the
do that.
muscle?
I think, and I'll speak at least from the perspective of a practitioner and, an HR leader. I think it's for me, and, kind of summarizing what the other panelists had said as well, it's really three things. One is, does HR really understand the business impact, and where the pain points are for the business? So I always say HR has this very unique perspective or wide angle lens. And I think they are able to see aspects of the business which not necessarily other functions are able to see. So I think now is the time for HR practitioners and, HR business partners, talent acquisition partners, everybody, at least within the business, to use that muscle, use that wide angle lens to see, do you understand really the business, how it's making money, what are the pain points, what's working, what's not. The second thing is, I think, data fluency and understanding workflows. And that requires another muscle, which is the process thinking. Not all of us are automatically built to think system or think process, but I think this gives us a wonderful opportunity to really ask those why, and what are we finally impacting. So make sure, of course, I think we all struggle with that. The data is often in very siloed sort of systems, not necessarily speaking to each other. So it's the ability to see that, because your processes really well as an HR practitioner. And I think the third very important thing is, for very long, HR has, I think, taken pride with experience to rely on a lot of insight and intelligence. So it's the belief that AI is really going to be enable you to take a lot of the, I would say, the drudgery away, leaving you to practice your insight and your judgment muscle much more. You now have the data to kind of do that, because it's just freeing you up for a lot of strategic thinking, the real advisory role. So it's those three, and I think maybe it sounds very simple, but that's how at least I've always tried to kind of approach it myself, and also with my team, who's just kind of navigating this.
Good stuff. Good stuff. There's one thing that I'm really curious about from your various experiences and the types of companies and startups and founders that you work with. Wall Street Journal had a story just a week ago. The headline was, "Piloting AI tools isn't cool anymore." It's not cool to pilot. And I'm not just looking to put a different phrase or a different name on piloting, but what it talked about was that, this had been a trend in, quarterly earnings announcements or reporting or, talking to shareholders. We're doing 120 pilots and in the end, I'm just curious, is it true? What's your perspective? Is it no longer cool to pilot? And if it's not, what is it that we need to be doing. I heard the word experimentation. I think it was Carla. But being in a sandbox, I mean, look, I don't know if it's like the equivalent of greenwashing a year, many years back, like everything was green, good for the environment. Not that I'm against that, but piloting AI tools isn't cool anymore. Thoughts? Anyone can jump in.
Sure. I think I would definitely say it's absolutely true, right? I just want to take a backstory for all of us. So we started our AI journey in the organization in December 2024. And we decided that it's not fair for us to go and give a cockpit to all our HR team to start flying when they don't even know what to do, right? So we had a very structured way of looking at how do we start looking at fluency. So we did a program called AI Atlas, an 8-week learning program. This tied back to what Amrita and Carla and all of us were speaking, right? They were all aware. They know what to do. And then they were like, okay, how to do? Then we ran design workshops. We looked at process. We said all those 140 people who are going to be here, you guys have to figure out what is that one thing that is going to take us further. That's exactly where pilots came in. Pilots were very shiny. Pilots were early success. Pilots were very good at designing case studies. Pilots actually declared early victory, but nothing changes at scale. So we wanted to kill that pilot mentality to that rapid experimentation to say, we will run AI roadmap session where every HR function will have a North Star for you. What would be your patterns to figure out? And that is the industry variation that we're all talking about. It's tech services are like us. Talent already knew technology. Talent already know we have to be AI curious. But pilots must progress to production. That rapid experimentation should continue to be permanent experiments at scale. I think that's exactly where we could progress. I'll pause to hear other feedback.
Thank you.
I would also mention the time frame that a pilot and experiment is entitled to, because when we are talking about pilot, where how it used to be, like let's say digital transformation, we were like piloting, we were doing the plan and analyze, and then the pilot user acceptance. We don't have the luxury of spending that much time now, because the pace of change is really high. And like when I am talking about this pace, when I'm giving keynotes, I'm showing like the famous the chart where it says it took Netflix 3.5 years to raise up to 1 million users, whereas for ChatGPT it was 5 days. So the pace of competition is 5 days right now. So if your competitor is doing something, you have only 5 days to respond to it. So that's why the pilots are not working anymore. I mean, you have to be swift. You have to just try fast and fail fast. And it's okay to fail, by the way, to create that culture.
Yeah, if I could add one thing, I think there was a while back, there was a big culture of, it was the cool thing to do to be piloting something. And I think that was driven because when people understood that there was an AI frenzy, so many companies just jumped into the race, and there were so many product offerings. And then I think people in the HR and talent space, they felt like I have to jump on the train. And there wasn't a lot of discernment around who they were doing pilots with. And I think, quite frankly, if you're just now at the pilot stage, you're missing the mark. I think we're at the implementation phase. But the positive thing is, because the market was so saturated and so many companies were doing pilots, we now have a lot more data sets around ROI and which ones truly are the right tools to use. And so I think it's more, rather than pilot, it's just putting together a group of key people to go through and look at the publicly available data and have a selection process, and then just unlock the implementation phase. So I think, and that's a good thing. I think, unfortunately for us who were a bit slower, you now have a lot more data to leverage to just make a more informed decision. And I think you have a better understanding of what your pain points are and how AI can help the various components of your business.
Yeah, and I think it comes from not looking at it necessarily just as a tool. I mean, which is why I guess that article, what it explained, right? I mean, what are the process changes you're doing? How is it truly embedding in your business, in your workflow and your processes? And very, very importantly, how well is it being accepted? Because nothing would move if your teams, your employees are not, kind of seeing the value or adopting it, right? So I think a large number of pilots fail exactly because of that reason, that we've not clarified the why we are doing what we are doing. So so some of the responsibilities for us as leaders to be constantly communicating, to explain, very transparently what the outcome is actually going to look like, needs to be amplified, I think, in this situation.
Well, Amrita, so go ahead, Chuck. You wanted to speak?
No, it's okay. You can go. I was just going to say, I was coming in after that question thinking, Natalie, it was a hot take, and I am apparently the oddball out here. I think it's still great to run pilots. I think we talked about that fear. I think it's really important. Maybe it's not company wide and something that we make sure we don't always do company wide, but we are not afraid to try and fail and see what's happening. Because we talk about, Carla mentioned how, maybe if you're a little later to the race, all the data's out there and you can, maybe get even ahead of the curve because other people have tried and failed. But for me, I look at it as there's a number of great companies constantly learning from other people's failures and their own. And so not being afraid to pilot some new technology, some new pieces, whatever it may be, because again, the end goal is company success, company growth, company revenue, even from an HR perspective. And so whatever is going to allow us to work faster, if I'm using one tool 1 month and trying a new tool another month because it may optimize how we work, that for me is not time wasted, it's value add. And so I am the oddball out here, and there's no right or wrong answer to this, but I actually think it's something that I don't think people should be afraid of constantly trying new, but maybe not company wide, but doing it for smaller departments.
Chuck, I'm appreciating it, and I'm just asking some maybe at times provocative questions. I'm not taking sides here. I'm appreciating your contrarian point of view, and it's good. It's good for the conversation, and it leads perfectly to something that we want to make sure our audience leaves with today. So this is a quick fire. What would any of you, I hope each of you, say are the top 3 AI tools, bots, sources for HR leaders and teams to use right now? And you can even go specific, like for talent acquisition, as Carla talked about, or for onboarding. But if you are going to, in this moment, hit, these are the top 3 AI tools. If you don't know it, go play with it, go try it out. Who wants to kick us off? Top 3 AI tools for HR.
I could kick us off.
Yeah, go for it.
So it sounds it's off the cuff here, but Notebook LM is probably one of my favorite tools ever. I actually create notebooks for all of our new hires with all of our company data, their specific notebook with their offer letter, their job description, what growth looks like, what growth tracks, compensation, and they constantly are utilizing it to really just get ahead. And it's been one of the best tools out there. Now, to use more in education, we're kind of hacking it for ourselves and using it in an HR perspective, but it's a tremendous tool. You mentioned ATSs. I can't, in good conscience, say use one specific AI tool in the world of recruiting because there are so many out there. I just say look into whatever you're using, whatever ATS, whatever features that you're using, and kind of embed whatever tools and workflows and processes they have. But lastly, for me, onboarding is ridiculously important. I think that's one of the layers in HR that you have to win. And I re-engineered our entire onboarding process with make.com. I created an entire workflow and that does everything from countersigning offer letters with DocuSign, automating scheduling, check-ins, everything that has to do in the HR and onboarding process. And it freed up over 40% of our HR team's bandwidth in the onboarding process. So create in that process. Don't just look for some other tool that can do it. If you're able to create and get ahead, you're able to free up more time to have those strategic conversations and really just advance yourself and your team in the overall business lens. So those are my 3.
Amazing. I could go next. Over the last couple of years, I also did speak to a lot of HR folks to figure out what do we actually do? A lot of our time that goes, right? One keeps saying, I do a lot of follow-ups. One keeps saying, I always prepare decks. And when I do this, so all tools that I'm recommending will give you the first draft of truth, right? It's not the final draft of truth, even for a notebook LM to etc. So first thing is Claude, and Claude Code has been my recent favorite. And of course, Claude has been something. You're looking at your ideation. You're looking at a quick prototype. You're looking at to go back to your leaders to say, this is what I think about. This is one. The second is within ChatGPT, I've created a custom GPT where I could play with synthetic HR data because I can't play with my onboarding data or with my attrition data within the organization to go and create a predictive model, then the PIIs and SPIIs will kick in for me. But I still need to play around to gain that literacy. So figuring out a custom GPT or a chat GPT to find synthetic data for you. And finally, presentations, right? There are a lot of presentation tools that's available. One, GenSpark, Manus AI, and now, of course, Gamma might be few folks' favorite, but as HR folks, we knew how we would want to present to a board, how we would want to present to our leader, right, on the thought process. So these are something. And of course, now there are so many tools that's there in the market on presentation. But the last on Notebook LM, I want to highlight. So Notebook LM is a tool that we used even for our own literacy. We sent a 5-minute video on a daily basis and we gave them one task based on looking at Notebook LM. We created quiz, we created infographics, we created presentation. So these are some things that I would recommend folks to go try, test if they haven't. And different use cases have different things, but might go to.
I can go
Actually,
next. Oh, I'm
okay.
sorry.
Yes.
Do
No,
you
no,
want me-
please go
oh,
ahead.
I'm sorry. Yeah, just it won't take up a lot of time. I think so. We have enterprise copilot. So at least from an organization perspective, that's what we are restricted to. But just a quick use case. I mean, of course, as you can imagine, with a distributed automotive business, employee relations, however boring it may sound, is the top of our concerns, because that is fast, it's furious, it's impacting our business every single day. And we remember we kind of have people who literally they don't even clear high school in many cases, and they just come into the store, they become general managers, or kind of run the business. So employee relations and how to run your teams is the biggest topmost risk for us, as well as the biggest concern. So I think what's helped us in Copilot is being more predictive with the data that we have today, in terms of where we see the hotspots and things. And I think one thing which has really helped my team is using Copilot to sort of respond in a nuanced way, so they're able to use a lot of their own insights basis the experience with the data that they see, the patterns that they see, in order to figure out training or focus on what to talk about and things like that. So that's a use case using Copilot, which has been very helpful for us.
Great.
I'm so glad that you took the turn, because I am now going to piggyback on what you said. And Doug was also mentioning, I mean, best depends on your capabilities and your resources. So, I mean, if I'm a startup, I mean, using Workday would not be really feasible for me. But when you're an enterprise, as Amrita just mentioned, I mean, it's impossible to just have a workaround where you have the enterprise package for Microsoft. So, I mean, the best is all dependent on what you have and what you don't have, what your capabilities are, how flexible you are with those. And and please do just go out and check some smaller companies who are providing those beautiful tools, and they are really decent. And because that we all know all these famous ones, it doesn't mean that they're doing a better job than these smaller companies. I'm always because I'm a tech investor too, I'm always doing my research on these new companies, and they're more flexible. I mean, if you want a feature that they want to build, they're more flexible with that. I mean, you cannot just ask SAP to just add a new feature to Workday, but with these smaller ones, you can make them do everything. So I would really suggest,
because we have a lot of people in the chat that are wanting any of the panelists to put in the ones that they're recommending. So Minna, can you name just one or two of the smaller ones that you really think are worth looking at?
Sure, Talent Llama is amazing for they are doing sentiment analysis on the interviews, on the onboarding. So that's one that I can remember. Feedback for OKR tracking. So they're really doing an amazing job. Okay. What else? I mean, I can just let me think about those, and I can just put them in the chat. And by the way, most of these tools, I mean, they may not be necessarily started with the AI functionality, but now all of them has it. They all have the AI functionality. So they're not necessarily AI tools, but they embedded the AI capabilities into their existing product.
Good point. Carla, what's your top 3 list?
I would say for the interview side of the house, I would say think about Bright Hire and MetaView. And then we're talking about the importance of adoption, HUMU, H-U-M-U, which is great because it kind of does these behavioral nudges. And I think that can really help at this phase where people are uncertain about things, and it gets a pulse of how people are feeling in the company and helps with various like prompts or nudges to get them along and help them unlock their full potential.
Good stuff. One thing that I really enjoyed preparing for today is, although it wasn't voice to voice, learning a bit about each of you. And one thing that's clear, we have a great range of expertise across size, startups, entrepreneurs, founders to enterprise. We have a range of expertise for geography, from Istanbul and India to the United States. And we have a really good cross-section of industry. And Rita mentioned the distinction of being automotive, and you're still going to need to have your car serviced by a human being, but also working with a range of industries. And so I throw open to the panel a last juicy question before we get into our round robin, because we are going to soon come up on time. How much does size, geography, industry vertical, or even also contingent workforce, right? There are people working inside companies that are contractors working on projects. How does this then impact the urgency for developing AI fluency? Is there a difference or a distinction? And one of our comments in the chat, I'm so appreciating Valerie in California, mentioned regulations. And this is true in the EU, where some of you, I hope, are aware, I'm sure, who've worked there or are working there. The EU AI Act sets in place certain expectations for compliance. Certain industries like healthcare or pharma, or I'm sure in banking, when you're using any AI, there are, beyond guardrails, there are limits. So I throw open to the panel how much size of company or what stage they're at, startup, founder, enterprise, geography, but also industry impacts AI fluency, however you want to take it.
I think I can just start us off because I've kind of worked in various geographies. Also had the opportunity to do that. The one thing I guess I would be mindful of is be aware of infrastructure support which may not be consistent across the world. And that infrastructure is not just your it's literally things like where you have a challenge, let's say even dialing up to the internet, because of whatever electricity uses or not sufficient data centers or whatever it is. So I think that's one thing for us to be a little bit mindful of, and also to make sure that we're taking everybody along, because I think today it's a lot of lopsided sort of focus and investment, and looking at compliance or looking at use cases, etc. across the world. It is a bit lopsided because it's heavily dependent on the investment which is being done, which is not being done consistently across the world. So that's kind of, I guess, a bit of a motherhood statement, but I'd kind of think that would definitely get in the way if we wanted to get everybody moving along.
Excellent.
Thank you.
I think to piggyback on what Amrita was talking about, right? There are three things that in your question, right? So one, of course, the size, industry, how we are looking at, will that impact the guardrails that's going to be there? So as someone who has worked with the privacy officers across geography, the first thing when I did an HR product went and showcase before a global privacy officer, and they said, they shot it down. You can't launch this in Europe. I said, why? I'm launching this in a cross location. No, what is your legitimate purpose of using this particular employee data there? So this happened about 10 years back, right? And now, cut short to this, we are still talking about the same thing. And we are closest to those data. We are closest to those guardrails. And now, like very specifically how Amrita said that we need to take people along. I need to definitely take people along who are there in my UK geography or who are there in my Europe geography to say, I am using this data. And I will be looking at this data to be shared as an output. We build ROI dashboards. We build adoption dashboards. We show numbers, right? Does that impact? Does that have a clear guardrail? The agents that you are building gives you a Netflix recommendation, or the agents that you're building is actually going to help you give you JD recommendations? What are you building that for? So at the end, one to all of us, right? I want to share pilots are great. None of the technical folks will be able to take our code to production. They are very wary of vibe coding certain things, and they take two steps back. You understand the process well, you know the domain well, but I have certain inhibitions because I know what comes in within the code, what comes in within that injection. I think that's where we are now, to
Awesome.
cautiously look
I
at.
want to watch time and make sure we could talk forever about this vibe coding. I mean, that in itself, but who wants to jump in next? Thank you so much, Sandia.
I would like to add one more thing because I have seen companies building their own language model, and I think that really helps. Like because in terms of like ethics and also being flexible, being culture based, I think it's good to build your own language model or your own LLM because then is really like giving you all that flexibility and just as you build it's your language, the LLM gets older and more mature, then it gives you more precise solutions, more precise responses. So I would also recommend that if anyone is interested to build their own LLM and build upon that instead of finding some solution and outsourcing it from an outside solution.
Okay, Chuck or Carla, please be brief because we also want to have one final minute to give everyone a final say. So size, geography, stage, thoughts.
Yeah, those are just hurdles. You got to look for ways around them because I promise you, your competitors are finding ways around them as well. And so, if you're looking at geography, if you're looking at regulations, all these things as things that are stopping you, then you're not getting ahead of the game. And so, you have to get ahead and don't let those hurdles stop you.
And adding to that, I think just being clear that you can defend your why and your what very clearly, just to safeguard your company and mitigating risk if ever something took you to court.
Awesome. Okay, final thing to leave us with, and with our great audience, thank you for all your comments. In one sentence, what's going to differentiate an AI fluent organization from those that aren't? Chuck, let's start with you.
I'll repeat what I said, the fear of, or the lack of fear and the ability to take on that challenge full force and with a bunch of energy.
Okay, thank you. Carla, differentiator for AI fluency.
The ability to execute and innovate.
Amrita.
I think access to better data for better decision making, strategic for the business, but at the same time leaving more time for human judgment and insights.
Excellent. Mine.
Building it with human focus.
Excellent. Sandia, bring us home. What's going to differentiate?
So I think the question is whether you will adopt AI, because in every month, in few months, everyone will be in the race. The question is, what race are we running? An efficiency race, doing the same thing faster, or a judgment race, making decisions that we couldn't make before? And that's what it differs.
Awesome. Well, I encourage all the panelists to add your top 3 or any tools you love in the comments, because many people were asking, what was it that Chuck said? What was it that Mina said? Thank you all so very much. I hope everyone who joined today or watches this on the replay is taking away some food for thought, but also some practical, actionable things that you can bring back to your teams. Please stay on the Hacking HR Summit. More great content to follow. Have a great afternoon, evening, or morning, wherever you may be.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you. Thank you. It was such an amazing panel. Loved it. And as Natalie mentioned, please, panelists, do drop the recommended tools into the chat that our audience can take access into. And also, the recordings will be on Hacking HR Lab. Please do have access to it. And if you are a new person, you can still grab your certification. So please stay along with us by end of the summit to grab your certification. And for people who are subscribed to Hacking HR, you will have your credits. And moving on to the next session, as we build capability, we must also build accountability, as we all know. So the next summit topic is on responsible AI governance, designing frameworks for ethical and accountable AI use. And this will be moderated by Joe, my oldest friend, and I am very happy to invite her to the stage.
Hi, Sneha. Good
Hey,
afternoon.
Joe. Good
Morning
afternoon.
or good
Yeah,
evening, wherever you are.
it's evening. Yeah, and it's so good to see you.
Thank you. Thank you for having me today. This is such a very interesting topic. I know a lot of organizations now are leading towards technological change, and absolutely responsible AI governance is needed. So,
Absolutely.
yeah,
I
I'm personally very excited to moderate today's conversation on responsible AI governance. And now we're seeing across industries, companies are rapidly adopting AI to drive efficiency, scale operations, and rethink how the businesses operate. And so excited to learn from our panelists as well as they share how their organizations are approaching AI governance, the frameworks they're building, the challenges they're navigating, and the practical steps they're taking to ensure responsible and accountable use of AI. So I guess
this
let's welcome our
incredible.
panelists today.
Yes, absolutely.
Hello, good morning or good afternoon or evening.
Hello.
Wherever you are dialing today. Welcome to today's session. I am personally very excited to moderate this conversation on responsible AI governance. And I am really excited to see what type of challenges everyone is navigating towards developing a governance around ethical and accountable use of AI. But before we delve deeper into that, I'd like to start off with a brief introduction. So tell us a little bit more about who you are, what you do, and what drew you into this conversation. We can start with Tiffany.
Hello, everyone. I'm Dr. Tiffany Bowden. I am a manager at Uber in their AI lab. I have about 10 prompt engineers directly under me, and I've had a career of about 10 to 15 years of combined experience within HR and HR adjacent roles. I was the first AI content quality program manager within Amazon and their HR global content team. So I know firsthand what it is to implement at scale and to have direct impact on people's lives. I also do AI enablement work and coaching to kind of help upskill individuals as well as organizations in implementation. Really excited to be here with you all.
Thank you for joining us today. Toria.
Hi, thank you for having me. You'll hear by the accent I'm in the UK, so it is evening for me. So I'm the Chief People Officer of a company called A&S Group. It's a digital transformation organisation specialising in data, security, cloud and AI. And we're Microsoft Partner of the Year, so we are a Microsoft House. My journey was finance into reward and an SME in reward, and then into more generalist and CPO. And we have, we're a frontier firm for Microsoft, so have gone first in implementing AI company-wide in the organization. And my journey in that and why I got involved is because I was having sleepless nights around the responsible and ethics of AI. So joining the Responsible Governance Council to learn and really be at the forefront. We're now in a place where I am a convert. I have built an agent and I am really excited about what it will do for our businesses, but also for our industry and HR as well.
Oh, that's very exciting. Yes, love to hear your insights on that. Christian, thank you for joining us today. We're just starting off with an introduction. So why don't you tell us a little bit more about yourself and what drew you into this discussion today?
Perfect. Thank you for having me. Hi, everyone. I'm Christian Garcia Kelly, Associate Vice President of People at Break Time. We're a nonprofit based in Boston working to break the cycle of young adult homelessness. I like to think of myself as someone who serves at the intersection of being a HR professional, but also a tech enthusiast. Having recently spearheaded an AI rollout across my own organization, navigated the practical realities of integrating, AI tools into our daily work. So I'm excited for today's conversation and look forward to diving into how we can design responsible, ethical, and accountable governance frameworks for AI in the workplace.
Awesome. Welcome. Over to you, Nadia.
Okay, hi everyone. My name is Nadia Sabaya Gaukler, and I'm the founder of Inclusion Works. My work is partnering with organizations to embed inclusion and responsible AI within their operating models and governance and people strategy. My my role has been spanning over 20 years within financial and healthcare sectors, and I'm very interested in this um, panel because the way we design and deploy AI really impacts trust, compliance, and it really impacts risk. And we know that systems scale, and if we are not looking into how we govern AI with intentionality, with inclusion, risk and scale as fast as innovation.
Awesome. Well, welcome all. I'm very excited to delve deeper into how do you design the AI governance? And I'm pretty sure there's a lot of challenges around that. So I'd like to hear from Toria about your journey. Can you tell us a little bit more about your AI journey at ANS Group and what challenges you face as a Chief People Officer?
Yeah, sure. I think I was probably naive a couple, going back 18 months, 2 years ago to it. AI, the word it's been around for a long, long time, but obviously we've been through a real rapid growth and an adoption of it. So when we first started, we ran a co-pilot internally with a very small group of people, switching on, co-pilot to just to learn. And when I started looking at what the searches and what people were trying to do, and actually seen that our data wasn't secure, it was searches like, what's the CEO's salary? And how do I get customer information to take on to my next role? That feeling of dread. I was going to bed every night thinking, how I've got to learn about this and really sit up and take notice. I'm not the most technical person. It's not something, I was probably more in the back end. I'm now really sort of interested and want to know why and what we need to do to make sure that we put the guardrails in. So what we've done is, as I say, we introduced a work council for AI governance, including our risk and compliance teams, our technical teams, myself from a people perspective, and coming together to really sort of sit up and say, well, how do we make sure we're all addressing this and doing this in the right way? And I guess, me and CTO will always joke that we're in a boxing ring of him wanting to go fast with innovation and being the first that we could be to adopt, new processes and be ahead of the curve. And myself saying, let's put the brake on because, I'm quite nervous and I don't understand, and I don't want us to go fast and do that. So we then had to make sure that as leaders of the organization that we were super aligned in what our strategy was. So how do we put the brake on to then go faster was kind of where we got to. And we did a real test and learn approach. We put in tools that were able to monitor external threats, but also internal, to monitor usage and any sort of irresponsible usage as well. And we switched that on and you're looking through monitoring alerts and getting thousands of them as you start dialing it up and giving more and more people the tools. And then it's learning how to train those tools. So actually it's looking for things that, as a CPO, I'm interested in the sense of what isn't right, is there misuse? And also then the bigger part, which I think you can put the technology in and you can put the technology into govern, but the bigger part that I was probably more interested in was how do you put the policies in to educate people? Why are we, labeling documents with highly confidential and internal to really help with that monitoring and people not feeling like it was big brother or big sister, and making sure that they felt comfortable and understood that, so that people then really adopted and jumped on with it too. And then it's the skills piece which comes after that, but it's the education around the safety and make sure everybody understands was key. And we've had a real success story with that from where we are today over the past 18 months.
That's great. I'm very curious to know, because obviously when it comes to integrating AI, you also have to create workforce conditions. How have you enabled everyone at ANS to use AI responsibly?
So started with putting in policies, so helping everyone understand where the guardrails are, what they can and can't do, and making that really clear and simple. But the biggest gift we've had is we've created champions internally, early adopters who've been really curious and played with it and actually being able to bring fun things, summarized last week for me in the style of a comedy spit roast, but trying to get people to adopt it with that. But we've put the guardrails in, then through lots of training. And we all know that, people learn at different speeds, they learn through different ways. So we've done online content training, we've sent out email training, those community groups that we've created so people are speaking in the same language has really been impactful. So for example, people in the people or HR team are talking in HR speak around AI and the safety of it, which is very different to a team, say, in development and engineering. So making sure the language that's being used is simple and in different skill sets and terms. And that's probably been the biggest way we've been able to move forward quickly.
Yeah, that's very interesting. I'd like to open this up to all the panel just to gain insights as to where you are in your AI journey. So I guess I'd love to hear from Dr. Tiffany on how are you developing the AI now or in corporate governance around AI into your workforce?
Yeah, thank you for that. So, like I said, I've been in the AI space for probably 7 years now. So I have seen quite a lot of pivots in this space, particularly within HR, going from overconfidence to absolute caution. There's been a lot of swing, especially when I'm noticing that HR professionals are not always caught up with changes in the legal landscape. There's a lot to kind of constantly keep your pulse on. I think that now organizations are starting to get some of that information online. And so you're starting to see a bit more of like those top-down policies being passed down in terms of like what is acceptable use. But what I am also noticing is that people do need to have psychological safety in order for this to work. And psychological safety across a lot of different things. So psychological safety to be able to flag concerns about AI and things that they see happening, as well as concerns that they may have in terms of impacts to their job or to their role. As well as flags about, hey, if there was an increase of work scope because of AI coming down. People need to be able to flag those things, and also if the tools are working or not, because without that you have performative compliance, and then you're going to have some slippage that kind of comes there. Hidden in that too, I noticed that burnout is another thing that kind of comes into the space, because when people are feeling burnt out, disengaged, they tend to lean a bit more on AI without doing the necessary checks and that safety kind of intervention. They may just take whatever the AI says and kind of do it, or they might be more inclined to just allow AI to automate without being in the loop. And it is very much critical that humans stay in the loop. The EU AI Act classifies HR processes as high risk, and that's only kind of compounded when you do fully autonomous things. You take human beings out of the equation. And in some places, they may say that they have humans in the loop, but it might be nominal because of this issue of burnout. So it is very much important that human beings actually stay in the loop and stay fully engaged in the loop, and that nuance is there to be able to kind of walk through all of the processes. Because being somebody that's in the AI labs, I can tell you, we don't have it figured out when it comes to AI. It hallucinates frequently. Like I spend most of my days like finding issues within some of the top AI labs models. Okay, so we're not quite there yet in terms of the things being stable consistently. So we really need to make sure that, one, we value the human beings that we hired, and that we make sure that we keep our hands on the wheel, and then we don't kind of move into a space where we are taking the word of the AI necessarily at a kind of an at-all over employees, because we're still kind of working out some things. And I think that will be a detriment to psychological safety, as well as exacerbate some of the existing issues with burnout.
That's really great. Thank you for sharing your journey with us, Stephanie. I agree with psychological safety, and I'm also seeing the burnout in the organization due to this technological change. And, I guess I'm curious to see how Christian is doing with his AI governance journey.
I think similar to everyone here on the call, it has definitely been a journey, a tough one. We had this time last year, ran a survey in partnership with our operations team. And essentially, we had found that 65% of our staff were already using AI tools, occasionally or regularly for their work. And keep in mind, at this point in time, we had not had any AI policy or use AI tool use policy rolled out at this point in time. And so that put us in a bit of a reactive state, right? Again, realizing that the biggest challenge at that point in time was these shadow AI tools already being used. So we at that point, needed to rapidly kind of build a framework around how are we protecting highly sensitive data, especially in the work that Break Time does, my organization. It's a social impact nonprofit, so we're servicing young adults. So that includes case notes and things like that. So protected, health information. And so the process began. Okay, well, what are they using it for specifically? Is it brainstorming? Is it emails? And that information essentially was the top use cases. It's especially like meeting notes and meeting minutes and those things. So being able to partner with the different stakeholders across the organization to help them inform a framework was essentially where we landed. There was a little bit of a back and forth at one point in time about recognizing that the policy is not going to cover every situation, but how can we at least have a use case, and what are we came up with the stoplight. So what are the red things, the things that are restricted information that cannot be entered into Gemini, which is the tool that we use at our org. And then what are the yellow things, so the things you should be extra cautious about. And then the things that are green, right? So things that like you can use it, it's no brainer. And so being able to come to a consensus about that, and then getting it rolled out across to our staff and trained up, definitely was something that I think helped us address. And things come up, situations happen, and folks may enter something that isn't supposed to be there or entered in, and the way that we have it set up is where it's not training the model. So that's something also too to be mindful about the privacy concerns.
Perfect. Thank you for sharing that, Christian. Nadia, we'd love to hear your insights and as to where you are in your corporate governance AI journey.
Yeah, thank you. I agree with, psychological safety and putting, a lot of a framework, with one of the partners that I work with, there's depending on where they are on the journey when it comes to AI governance, right? So some clients I've been working with where they are in their onset to say we need to have some framework, some guardrails around the deployment of our AI. So that's comes up with building a framework, but putting more into um, inclusion, inclusiveness, transparency, accountability, some guardrails that the employees and the team members can really start focusing and paying attention to. In many instances, especially lately with many of the organization, getting into the risk with discrimination and violence, as you probably heard in the news, this is becoming more upgrading the responsible AI into more of like a risk mitigation. So it's working with the leaders, especially in HR, is to look into design deployment, but also working with the vendors, ensuring that some of these safeguards are really in place before the deployment, and ensuring that there is an assessment, an audit assessment, bias assessments, and working together with the teams to ensure that this does not only start with the deployment, but also really working with the vendors and procurement, working with the procurement to establish this in the first place. So what I've seen a lot with most of the clients is really putting that framework first, communicating it with the teams, but also looking into all the aspects from designing to governing to deploying, and having that framework moving forward that will, mitigate risk, but also bring collaborative teamwork when it comes to also to governance.
That's really great. I'm going to build on that because you bring up the design of the responsible AI governance. And this question goes to everybody. Is there any specific framework that you would recommend to those who just starting to develop their own governance on AI that they should consider?
Okay.
Well, I won't say specifically framework, but one thing I will call out is something that I see quite often that happens that kind of speaks to why shadow IT and shadow AI is a rising kind of concern. I think that as we are kind of racing to catch up with where AI is, there is a tendency for organizations to take a top-down approach and to get everybody working on one AI platform, like an enterprise based kind of account, and that has a lot of reasons behind it. Sometimes it's a sales decision, and the AI labs salespeople reach out and they give them a great deal. They make a lot of promises, and then a deal is struck. And other times it could be a leadership decision based on their understanding of AI, as well as what they believe that the organization's ecosystems are. So, for example, Copilot is one that a lot of organizations use because of just like the native Microsoft tools, and they might be a Microsoft campus. On the other hand, they might go with Gemini because of the Google Work Suite, or they might go with OpenAI's ChatGPT because that is like a common and most familiar one. The problem with that is that when you take that top-down approach across the organization is that you already have employees that have native use to some of these tools, and some of them actually know more about AI than the organization does and have very, very niche cases for what they need to use AI for. So if you say, for example, we're only going to use Claude, well, if Claude doesn't do image generation and you're working with, there's a team that needs images or video, well, they're not going to use Claude because it doesn't really serve their needs. On the other hand, if you do ChatGPT, it doesn't necessarily at a native level adjust for tone and trust and safety components to where the point that someone who's using Claude might find it to be more efficient for their needs. So there needs to be a bit more flexibility some ground up approaches when it comes to AI enablement and implementation. So that can mean surveying the employees, usually with like an anonymous survey, to kind of understand like what does that field of play look like and what kinds of tasks are taking them an extremely long amount of time that would be very beneficial if they had AI to use. And then in doing that, then you can also then map tools across those teams. So some teams might be on, Claude, some teams might be on OpenAI, or you may be able to have like a organizational policy where they're able to use any tool that they want, provided that they follow certain rules. Like I've seen things kind of go in a lot of different ways, but I will say that the top-down enterprise approach is the one that tends to fail the most because it's very limited and it doesn't take into account what employees are actually going to do. And then it actually crushes your psychological safety because employees can't be honest about their AI use.
That's very interesting. Toria, I'd like to ask you, do you use the same approach? And if not, feel free to share how did you go around building that or designing your framework on responsible AI governance?
Yeah, and I think to build on that, we are a Microsoft house, so it is Copilot. To Tiffany's point, though, I think the restrictions where different skill sets may need different sort of approaches, different tools. We've got GitHub just being switched on, that kind of thing for engineering. But it's make sure we do that and we do it safely. So what's the business need? What's commercial aspect of that as well? But how do we bring different tools in for different roles within the organization that then has that secure wrapper around it? And it's going back to my point of sometimes needing to put the brake on so you can throttle, the acceleration. Our approach was leadership alignment had to be key, and then make sure the technology is in place. We switched something called Purview on, which again is a Microsoft monitoring system from an AI perspective. The training and enabling people and bringing people on the journey of why responsible AI is super important. Another sort of thing that I would encourage people to do in their frameworks is think about digital equality. So, I'll use an example of you may have two project managers and you may give one a certain AI tool and another not. And the performance could be different. So someone with an AI tool may be able to be more efficient, get to more projects through, quickly, report better. Somebody who isn't may look like they are not performing. And so making sure that everybody has sort of similar tools and that they are having that digital quality is something to really consider. And I think we're not hearing enough about that. And I do think for a HR profession, that is something we should all be really considering in every sort of approach as we switch things on. What's it going to do from a skill set and helping people go faster in their roles is something. But we really want to make sure that we're kind of putting the safety and the guardrails in place with the training, but then also make sure that innovation and curiosity to capability is kind of what our lens on it is. How do we bring people through and letting them innovate and play with it to get comfortable? It's quite interesting. Our recent engagement survey, quite a lot. It was quite a high population in the business that are nervous about AI, and we're a tech business. So, where you would feel actually most people would be really excited about the opportunity, there is nervousness throughout, and we can't step away from that. We need to lean into that. So the kind of last piece, I think, is the monitoring. So once you do have, your guardrails in place, the training, people are starting to use it, it's also monitoring and measuring. Where are people using it really, really well, but also where are people not using it that you would expect them to see? And is that because they don't know how to, they're worried because of the responsible AI piece, the ethics. So it's leaning into that to sort of make sure that you look at those pockets of people who aren't using AI in the way that you would think as well.
Perfect. Christian, would love to hear your thoughts on what's your approach in designing a framework when it comes to responsible AI governance.
Yes, so building on what I mentioned earlier, defining permitted use cases, and then separately from that, strictly defining what restricted information, things that can't be entered into the tool, and highlighting or calling out what are other ways that you could use the tool to accomplish what you're needing to get from it. So safe prompting techniques for anonymization, such as like a placeholder method. That could be employee A is in conversation with employee B, and we need to have a discussion. Basically using those placeholders to be able to get what you're needing from it, especially if it's something that's ultra sensitive. And again, going back to that, I wouldn't necessarily call it a framework, but it's more so of a, what are your red, your green, your yellow lights. So that was the approach that we used at my org.
Perfect. Nadia, are there any specific approach that you've taken when you're designing a framework on responsible AI governance?
Yeah, when I look into AI governance, it cannot be done in silos, right? It really brings out that collaborative and strategic collaboration within the enterprise, right? So it's not just like HR or legal, it has to be all the teams coming together in a collaborative effort to come together and decide really on that framework, because that will be the principle of the why, the what, and the who, and how we're going to be launching it enterprise-wise. And everybody has to be on the same page, because as we know, working with organizations, that AI is not in silos, it's really connecting across the enterprise. So the first thing is to bring the whole team together in a collaborative council to come together and say what is really the framework that's going to work, what are the values that we want to put in, the safeguards that we want to put it across the enterprise, and go from there and establishing, who owns it, who monitors it, who audits it, and all the steps that comes with deploying with and integrating fairness, accountability. Who is accountable to what? Is it the human judgment? And to Tiffany's point, is that logical safety, to ensure that this governance include, pathways for feedback, for psychological safety, for people to question some of the aspects, and building the trust with the employees. Because otherwise, the governance will be just on paper and it will be policies, but can't be really implemented. So it's really a collaborative effort, putting these principles together, who owns it, who's accountable for it, the transparency piece and the monitoring, and having that feedback loop, and ensuring that that governance really brings also the trust with the employees to be able to say we're clear of what it is, why we're using it, what are the guardrails, and we know like how we're going to be operating with it and who's accountable for it at the end.
Perfect. I'd like to open up I guess we're getting close to the end of this session, but I'd like to open this up to the panel to understand, are there any gaps that you're seeing now that the organizations are facing when it comes to developing responsible AI? And what would you recommend leaders to do to make sure, that they can fill in those gaps while holding themselves accountable?
So I actually, what's coming to mind right now is kind of following on that last question, and something that I was thinking about adding to that is that I see that organizations are not necessarily assessing the tools for where they are in various different environments, because these tools are not neutral. They're not just like tools that simply just help you get the job done. They actually do have some embedded political connotations with them, sometimes cultural connotations, that you do need to kind of be versed in what we call political economy of these tools. that the various different CEOs and leaders of these tools have their brands that are sometimes infused into these tools, and the way that the tools are trained are not a net neutral. That, you know, we all are very much aware of kind of what's been going on in the diversity and inclusion landscape. There are some tools and organizations who have kind of been 10 toes down, and then there's others who have kind of completely gone in a different direction, to a point that employees might find it antagonistic. And that matters from a standpoint of, if you as an organization are mandating a particular tool use, and that tool has been coded in a way that's maybe not in alignment with your organization, then now you're going to have a different kind of an issue as that content is produced within your organization. The various different sources that it will surface and cite, the tone in which it takes, and sometimes the hallucinations that it will kind of get itself into. That these are all important factors that I don't really think that gets enough attention from leadership. And ultimately, it can create a big change management issue when you are mandating a tool use of which you don't necessarily have any kind of cultural or political sway over the operators or what's happening within that tool. And it's something of such great interest to employees, and it's a very visible thing outside. So we just have kind of seen what's been going on with this shift that people are kind of making from OpenAI to ChatGPT, and people's understandings or misunderstandings about what's happening there. Then now you're going to end up having to deal with that as an organization if you, for example, are mandating that employees use ChatGPT versus having a kind of more laissez-faire policy about the tool, but more of a general policy about how do you interact with any tool that you use. So that is kind of one of the reasons why I tend to take more of a kind of a less mandated approach, and more of a like just give employees the proper education that they need to be able to engage properly, so that you don't get your organization entangled in some of the mess that's going on. And it is a mess. As somebody who's in the labs, I will tell you, I wake up every day, it's a new fight, and that is not going to be changing anytime soon.
That's really, really interesting. I guess the building awareness piece needs to start off in the organization and gain insights from your employees, right? How are they using certain AIs, and how is that helping them do their job effectively, and where the gaps are? So I totally see that approach working when it comes to implementing an AI technology, for example, integrating into the workforce without having that assessment piece to be done is kind of risky for the organization to do. So I totally agree with that. Has anybody wanted to share the gaps that they're seeing, not particularly in, your organizations, but like in your network? What are the gaps that you think you're seeing that organizations tend to overlook that is so important for us to advocate for?
I'm more than happy to share. I've been to quite a few sort of networking events recently and speaking to HR directors and VPs and chief people officers of HR. And I think there's quite a naivety, a bit like my story 18 months ago, around not sitting up and being really curious and actually understanding the risks and where HR really plays a part in that. You know, the employee data and everything that we worry about. So there's definitely a naivety and of thinking it's a tech issue and it's not a people thing. I'm hearing an awful lot about that, and I am trying to sort of bang the drum in the sense of, we do as HR leaders need to be at the table with the CTO. It is a people and it's human-led, but AI enabled is the kind of the mantra. So there's that part. So not understanding the responsible AI and actually feeling that they don't have a part to play. They don't see that HR sit at that table when they absolutely fundamentally do. I think the other part is really around, great that we get these tools and it can do the heavy lifting of some of the mundane tasks, but the piece around our judgment and how the human element needs to monitor and maintain. You know, I've seen quite a few instances where AI generated content has been inaccurate, and because I suppose without the lack of awareness and thorough education, just using what AI has said as the truth, and that's what we're going to use, that can be quite a risk to any organization. So again, it comes back to the education piece being really vital, and I don't see some HR leaders really sort of understanding that. And I think you've got to go through the journey, but it's doing it step by step. But the biggest piece for me is making sure that you are at the table with your boards, with your exec committees, and having a voice around the people part of your AI journey. And that responsible part is really key.
I totally agree. I know we have 3 minutes left and we can talk about this all day, but I wanted to leave the audience with something. And I know a lot of organizations all across industries wanted to really implement AI into the workforce, but that's going to change how people work. And not many employees are all up for change. From leaders like you, I'd love to leave the audience with something. What would you recommend for other HR leaders who are facing resistance when it comes to new technological implementation? Let's start with Dr. Tiffany.
Well, I would just say I would love to work hand in hand with you on that. I work in AI enablement, and this is kind of one of the spaces that I kind of take on quite regularly. And I think that for me, I like to start from hearing from employees and meeting them where they're at. I've been kind of speaking to that. And I think that when you make actions kind of from a top-down approach and without employee voices considered, you're going to tend to face more resistance. And there's quite a few different kinds of approaches that we can take, and it's really very much organization specific. And ultimately, like making sure that you're doing the right thing that's specifically for your niche organization, and resisting the urge to jump on the bandwagon of what's happening with other companies and copy and pasting strategy. Like that is a surefire way to kind of get yourself in hot water. And so what I like to do is I like to work hand in hand and do AI enablement with leaders. So if that's you, please reach out to me. I'm happy to support you with that.
Awesome. Toria, what would you recommend?
I can't endorse enough, build curiosity to then capability. People will be at different stages. You'll have your early adopters and your laggards and everything in between. So you've got to bring everybody on that journey who are at different paces and nervousness, but get your communities to really be talking in the language of their peers. So it's not feeling like a top-down approach. It really is about excitement, and this will help you in sales, or this will help you in finance. So those community groups, the people helping the people, is the way that it will be authentic and just squash some of those nervousnesses.
Awesome. Christian.
Building on what everyone else has mentioned, what's going to work for someone else might not work for your org, right? So I think for those who are, say, not the early adopters, address it through empathy, rooting your approach in whatever your org's mission is. For example, at ours, we've stated that and regularly share this with our staff members, that we're committed to using AI in ways that protect jobs and well-being, and also just framing the tool as a way to work more thoughtfully in support of our mission, and not in replacement for any specific human profession or craft.
Awesome. Nadia.
Yeah, I do see that, the future, towards this is a human plus AI collaboration and building trust. So you have to start with clarity, ensuring that everyone is on the same page while you're doing it, and ensuring that employees are really coming from a place where they're valued and their human judgment is valued, and they have a part of it as well, and it's not just only about AI. So building the trust, being clear about it, and ensuring that it's not AI or just human. It's just together we need to work together collaboratively.
Awesome. Well, I know time is up. Thank you so much for joining us today. We really appreciate you sharing all your insights, your journey, some of the key takeaways for our HR community to bring into their organization. So thank you so much for your time. And for those of you still tuning in, don't go yet, because there's another session that we are waiting, which is about AI adoption and readiness. Thank you all so much and have a great day.
Bye.
Bye.
Such an amazing panel it was. Thank you, Joe, for facilitating the panel, and to the amazing panelists for making it an amazing one. And as we think about responsibility, the final step is readiness, ensuring organizations are prepared to scale AI effectively. And to discuss more about this, we do have our final, last but not the least, panel of the day, which is AI adoption and readiness, and we will be discussing on preparing the organization to apply AI at scale. So in this session, you can expect to explore more details about organizational change readiness, scaling AI initiatives, and aligning leadership and workforce adoption. So to get started, I would love to invite Anju Chowdhury to the screen to moderate this panel. It's so good to see you.
Thank you, Sneha. Hi, everyone. My name's Anju Chaudhary. I'm Chief People Officer at Zozo Day. For those of you who may not know us, Zozo Day provides global solutions to help organizations acquire, engage, and retain their most valuable assets, which is your people. So before we dive in, a quick PSA. March 2026 is Employee Appreciation Month, and Employee Appreciation Day is on Friday, March 6th. So consider this as a gentle reminder to keep recognition and appreciation top of mind, not just this month, but all year long. And I hope you're enjoying Hacking HR's HR Tech, AI, and Digital Transformation Summit so far. So thank you, Enrique, Sneha, Jessa, the entire team for bringing together such meaningful conversations at the intersection of people and technology. We are diving in the topic that is both urgent and strategic. So you're at the right place. AI adoption and readiness, preparing the organizations to apply AI, but at scale. And AI is no longer a future conversation. It's here. The real question is, are the people ready? Are your leaders ready? Is your culture ready? And I'm truly excited to be moderating this discussion with an exceptional group of panelists. I deeply appreciate their time and expertise. They have been really kind to share that. And I know this will be a rich and very practical conversation. My hope is that the people who are currently listening to us and those who will be listening later walk away with some concrete best practices and actionable steps that they can immediately apply in the organization. With that, let's get started. I will invite our panelists for a quick 30-second introduction on who they are and what excites them most about AI adoption today.
Thank you, Anju. I will leave the floor for you.
Natasha, Andy, Jared, Alicia, Diane, welcome. Let's get started with the introductions.
I can hop in. Can everyone hear me? Yeah, awesome, amazing. Hello, my name is Diane Sadowski-Joseph. I'm the co-founder and head of product at Clarinet. That's clarinet.io. And we help organizations learn, build, and scale their AI capability. And we've had the pleasure of working with over 50 organizations in the last 12 months alone. So hopefully I'll be able to share some useful notes from the field so that you can avoid some of the hiccups that some of the organizations we've worked with have gone through. So thanks so much for having me.
I'll jump in. My name is Jared Kostin. I am an executive and leadership coach and fractional CHRO. My business is called 10 Coaching and Advisory. I help executives and businesses to navigate change and adoption. And so I thought being here today was a perfect place to be. Thank you.
Welcome, Jared.
Hi all, I am joining from Germany. My name is Natasha. I work as a product and tech coach in health and fitness organization here. And what excites me most about AI is the intersection with health and fitness technology, which is completely new, innovative, and is also going global at this point.
Welcome, Natasha.
Hi, I'm Alicia, and I am also in a fractional role. So I'm a fractional CPO, and I also run an AI transformation consultancy. I always say there's a lot of hats, and some of them fit into this category and some of them don't. So I also do things like lecture on topics like co-intelligence. So, human and intelligent technologies, how do they come together? But actually, the thing that excites me the most about artificial intelligence in the future of work is really how it can magnify and multiply amazing people. I think there's so many people with so much passion, interest, desire, but we only have so many hours in the day and so much capacity to give. So the ability to actually do more with the tools that are available, I think, is something that I'm really interested in both in my own world and also in my work world and building.
Welcome, Alicia.
Last but not least, hi everybody. I'm Andy Reel. I'm a manager of talent development and analytics. I work for a company called Alert Media. We do emergency communications, threat intelligence, employee safety monitoring. Our goal is to keep our organization's people safe. So we are in a people function. So I oversee company onboarding and continuing education, AI enablement, and work for a company that helps keep other organizations' people safe as well. I think the thing that I'm the most excited about with AI is I am a tool guy. I love new tools, new toys to play with. I will buy something, pull it out of the box, and stop playing with it without reading the instruction manual. So you don't have to wait very long to get new options, new tools. It's overwhelming sometimes, but I embrace the hard challenge. I like hard stuff. So that's what I'm excited about.
Andy, that's a great segue to a question that I've just seen happening. This was not necessarily a question that we had planned to get started with, but I'm going to kick us off. What is one tool that you're currently enjoying? There's so much happening in AI every single morning. There are multiple new tools coming up, and there's so much noise. It's very hard to figure out impact versus where is the noise. So if you want to take a name of one recommendation that you currently are enjoying personally or professionally, please go around the room and share that with people.
What a question to ask. I think that I'm trying to think of something that will add value. I think that there are so many, but actually a really interesting one I've been experimenting with is called Launch Lemonade. And it is essentially a tool where you can create custom agents like you can in lots of different large language models, but you can choose and you can continue to change which large language model is actually producing that agent. And what I think is useful about that is that you can use it for different steps of a process. So instead of being all in the Claude space or all in ChatGPT, etc., you have the ability to toggle between lots and lots of different large language models and utilize their capabilities, which I think is really exciting.
Thank you, Alicia. Adding that to my list now.
I can jump in as well. One tool that I think a lot of people underuse is actually Google Gemini. And one of the reasons why I like Gemini is that it's accessible to most people, either work or home, like either you have a Gmail or Google Workspace is still one of the most dominant workspaces, particularly in the startups and scale-ups that we work with. And I just want to say, for example, if you've tried Gemini and been underwhelmed, try it again, because the last 3 months, it has gone through a massive upgrade in functionality, capability, etc. And I'll give you just a few snippets to Google after the session, which is Notebook LM. If you haven't played around with that, that is essentially the ability to create your own little databases that you can ask questions to at a high degree of accuracy. So for HR, let's say you've dreamed of that FAQ bot that can query all of your employee policy, but you want to reduce hallucinations, Notebook LM. That's like a quick and easy tool that you can use to do that. And it's baked into the Google ecosystem. And then there are some other new features and functionality from like a Calendly-like feature in Google, in Gmail, as well as just the fact that Gemini has a huge context window, which means that if you have long data sets or transcripts or whatever, it can handle that with a really high degree of accuracy. So not a new tool, but a new look at a tool that maybe you counted out a year ago, rightly so.
Thank you, Diane.
I can go.
I'm a simple guy.
Oh, go ahead.
Sorry.
No, Jared, you got it.
Thank you. I'm a simple guy. I absolutely love Claude. I know it's simple, and I know it's down to basics, and probably everybody listening is touching it somehow or touching chat. I'm a solopreneur, and oftentimes I am sitting at my desk or standing at my desk and grinding through work for my clients, or prepping POVs on whatever the topic may be. And Claude actually sometimes seems like it's a colleague in the room, somebody that I can sit and bounce ideas off of, have voice conversations with at times, voice on my end. But I find that, the Anthropic tool as it develops is, I believe, getting smarter quicker than some of the other platforms. And so I just love digging into it and seeing how far I can push it on a daily basis.
I'm gonna riff off of that too, because we actually just transitioned to a new learning management system, and it may sound boring. We hear ChatGPT all the time, but I made it a mission to use a project in ChatGPT to manage all of the spreadsheets and import files and everything. I made a promise to myself that I would not touch one Excel file in the entire process, and it worked extraordinarily well. And to your point, Jared, and Diane as well, I think 6 months ago, my experience may have been a little bit different. So that's mine.
Thank you, Andy. Natasha.
So I have been experimenting across different AI products, and once upon a time, ChatGPT was my favorite, but I think lately Claude has been my go-to place, especially if you're looking at some brutal, honest answers to rip off your product ideas or tech ideas. I think it's really done a good justice to me so far with whatever I've brought to it.
All right. Keep the comments coming in, participants, because this is resonating. What the panelists are saying, the comments in the chat are resonating with those too. So thank you for sharing those. Let's get started with our topic. So Diane, I'm going to get started with you, speaking about how things could sometimes get siloed. And when you're thinking about a transformation that is on enterprise-wide level, what architectural and data decisions made today will determine whether the HR AI scales enterprise-wide or remains siloed?
Absolutely. So I think what comes to my mind and what I've seen a lot in conversations is there's still a big question about ownership of AI. Like, who is responsible for driving AI adoption? Who's responsible for tech decisions? Who's responsible for reinventing workflows? And that's a big open question in a lot of organizations. And so I'm going to give you some examples of a few of my favorite kind of clarifying questions that you can ask to get at the heart of this, because fundamentally, there's the specific architecture decisions and things like that. But what's more important is determining the ownership, because the architecture decisions will change. Right? Like what you decide to do will change over time. And so figuring out what to ask when is, or how to clarify ownership when is going to be key. So let me just pull these up here. Sorry, I have them, I've like finely tuned them. And so I want to make sure I'm getting it right. All right, here we go. So here are some of the questions. And one of the reasons why I think this is really important is because a number of people teams have come to me, and basically they were like, look, it's really exciting that we get to have such a hand in this transformation, but like teams are coming to me asking me like, how do I reinvent my sales process? Like, what tool should my engineering team adopt? And we're like, we don't know. And it doesn't make sense for us to own that, but at the same time, we want to be helpful. And so clearing up some of that lack of certainty can be really, really useful. Okay, so a few key questions to ask to clear that up. So clear up kind of the human architecture and the decision architecture when it comes to AI is one is asking them, what are the specific metrics or results you're hoping AI will drive? Because that gets at the heart of both what does success look like and also who is currently responsible for that, right? Another question is, who do you see as responsible for identifying and implementing team-wide use cases? And who do you see as being responsible for identifying and implementing org-wide use cases, right? So it's org-wide versus team-wide. And lastly is, who is responsible for setting the expectation for AI use? Right? Because is it required? Is it mandatory? Is it team by team? Is it company-wide? That affects everything. That affects whether you buy an enterprise license or give people budget for their own licenses. That affects how competencies get rolled out. That affects whose job it is to evaluate AI performance. So those questions about ownership is where I would really start, because it starts with the decision architecture. And then once that's clear, everything else becomes easier.
Thank you so much, Diane. That is super helpful. Related to this, when we're thinking about this whole transformation, one other element which is very crucial is when it's coming top down or bottoms up, we want to know what leadership behaviors signal the organization that AI is a strategic transformation priority, not just another technology upgrade. So Natasha, I'd love to know your view about this.
Thank you, Anju. So in my organization, what I experienced is that people watch what leaders are funding, what they measure, and what they personally use. And when leaders talk about AI in earning calls, in board meetings, they tie AI initiatives to their business KPIs and not just IT metrics. Or when they are personally using AI tools and sharing their learning moments in Slack channels or in town halls. Also, in case when they're reallocating the budgets and not just adding aside funding for the projects of AI, it all shows up in business KPIs, productivity targets, customer metrics, revenue growth, and not just the IT dashboards. All of this compound together a powerful signal and a message that this is not about perfection. It is all about learning. And finally, when the resource allocation comes in, that matters. And that matters because if AI is funded as a side project, it stays as a side project for the rest of the life cycle in the organization. But when the budgets and the incentives shift, the organization understands that this is transformation and we are changing how we work. And that is something which our organization has kind of started embedding in our DNA with people across levels. So if I were to ask today, does leadership behavior really matters? I would say yes. And this is curiosity without defensiveness. Sponsorship without micromanagement and visible accountability will surely go a long way in this journey for the leaders.
Such great points, Natasha. When it's everyone's job, it's nobody's job. But when it's only HR's job, then also it would not land the same way, because the accountability needs to come in from multiple factors, and we're trying to push for that. I would invite other panelists if they want to add additional insights on this.
I have an interesting anecdote to this, because we recently had a leadership session to talk about like our end of year performance review cycle, specifically about like writing reviews. And I'm very thankful for our organization having like outstanding psychological safety, because we were talking about, how easy it is to, use ChatGPT to help, get to the end of your review writing faster. And people were kind of riffing off of that. And we had one manager that stopped and spoke up and said, I actually intentionally do not use AI when I write my reviews, because I never want there to be a perspective from my employee that I did not take time to either write this, or that this is not in my voice. I don't want them to think that this is just another mundane task that I'm automating as part of like my work. So from that standpoint, making sure that you have those voices that are still comfortable in speaking up and keeping everybody grounded, because the space moves fast. And you kind of have to move fast, but you don't want to move too fast and forget the things that are actually important, things that people should still continue to do. So I was very appreciative of that.
Thank you, Andy. So speaking on the same, in terms of how should leadership frame the importance of employee adoption as AI solution are implemented as tool for progress, for efficiency, but where people assume they are being implemented to replace human role. Like, this is a question that we've all spoken about. AI is taking the jobs away. We continue to reiterate, AI is not taking your job away. A human who has been able to use AI as a productivity tool, as a co-pilot, as a support system, who's proficient with it, who's figured out how to use it strategically and intentionally, will replace your job. So we can't say that enough. But Jared, we'd love to have you pitch in.
Yeah, I think Natasha and Andy touched on it and spoke quite well about it. AI or other tech or process changes and implementations can crumble right from the first communication. I believe that the fastest way to actually kill AI adoption is to let the rumor mills answer the questions that people have. And you know, based on what I do and what I help executives with a lot lately is helping to frame the picture and build in that safety to help people understand that the tool is for efficiency gain, not from a, do more with less and you're the less Mr. or Mrs. Employee, but from the perspective of you have a specific talent. So let's automate what's boring, repetitive, and mundane and clear that out of your way. So that way you can do what you do better, faster, more efficiently. And at the same time, learn more about this amazing emerging technology. Because without that full, clear communication, employees will think I'm the less in do more with less. And that's not a safe place to be because adoption goes into the garbage at that point in time. So starting with what the advantage to the employee is, and then going into more of what the business outcomes or the desired business outcomes are, is a great place to be. And somebody mentioned it earlier, and I apologize, I don't remember who it was, but are the executives actually using the technologies? Are they embedded in using automations to do their job better? Because if they are, then we will follow them. So I think knocking that fear out is absolutely important. And the last piece of this is the hard truth. And the hard truth is some roles will change, some will evolve, some may go away. But we can't, as leaders, put our head in the sand and hope that people just understand that. We have to call out each one and then talk about what we're going to do as an organization to reskill people, upskill people, enable people, and so on and so forth. So as with most, over communication is always better.
Thank you, Jared. And this is so important. I love when my leader shares what book they're reading, when they talk about what they're learning, how they're implementing technology, instead of just continue to say how important this is, but walk the talk as well. Diane, I'd love to know your view, because I know you have an interesting take about human being replaced with AI, or my jobs being taken.
Yeah, I think Jared already spoke to it a bit, which is the reality is some jobs will go away. And I think one thing that I have been very, very mindful of going forward from this moment in time is actually to try to rely less on like a human. AI won't replace your job. A human who knows AI will replace your job, because the reality is some jobs will go away. And you're already seeing that. Like if you're from, if you've watched the news with Block, right? Like there's some AI washing going on for the market, but not all of that's AI washing. Some of that is legit. Some of those, they don't need as many heads as they used to do what they needed to do. And I think this idea of a human, AI won't replace your job, a human who knows AI will, it becomes a crutch, because what it does is it says, if I learn AI, my job will be safe. And the reality is that's not true. If you learn AI, your job won't, there's no guarantee. However, if you don't learn AI, there's even less of a guarantee, right? So, I mean, the idea is we still need to kind of know what's in front of us. But I also think what is so critical as HR leaders, and I'm not saying this to like be scary or anything like that, but as HR leaders, it is so important to be clear-eyed about what decisions might be coming and how do we do the best to advocate for the people in the moment in those, when those decisions do come down, right? How do we get at the table and be like, I know you think that you can cut these, and here's what the trade-off is. And have you thought about that? And I think the point is we need to all just like be really clear about the fact that AI skills alone won't actually protect anyone. But leaders who have an idea of what's on the other side of AI adoption and AI native practices, that's what, you know, that's who the future is going to go to, and who's going to help ensure that AI is used for good. And I'm very aware, Alicia, I know you talk a lot about co-intelligence and stuff, and I'm curious if you have any thoughts on like, what is life in the AI native world? And sorry, Anju, not to steal your thunder, but I realize we haven't had a chance to hear from you yet.
No, absolutely. I think that the challenge when we're thinking about how do we bring people on the journey of change and transformation at such pace is that sometimes we want to give the reassurance to things that we can't necessarily reassure on. But one of those pieces of the puzzle is actually even the idea of what future roles look like. And that's where HR leaders come in, because actually we can design things differently, and our OD structures, in the types of, you know, focusing on skills-based recruitment rather than capabilities or experience. You know, having this adaptability built into your model, the flex, actually also creates capacity for organizations to move with the technology versus doing kind of large-scale restructures and the likes. So when it comes to like co-intelligence and hybrid intelligence, it's very much like, what is the possibility of the human value plus the AI value? But actually, organizations need to build that into how they design it, rather than assuming that it will come at a later point. A later point will be your CEO saying, right, we've got the capacity, time to cut 20% headcount. That's not the point to be designing it in. The point is to be designing in that flexibility from this point onwards. So I think that would be some of my thoughts on that.
I love that, Alicia. On that note, I'm gonna continue with you, Alicia, if you don't mind. What are some of the risk and assumptions about how organizations are approaching AI adoption currently?
Yeah, so I think that just like many other people in this room, whether they are on the screen or in the chat, you know, we're kind of having conversations for a long time about what does AI adoption look like. And one of the things that I realized quite early on was I was working with a lot of academics in, you know, AI economists, AI ethicists, and all along with kind of like leaders in frontier AI companies, and then also big corporates. And I realized that there was a bit of a gap between the narrative of these two groups. And there were the people who were kind of on the very cutting edge, and then there were people who were trying to just do their best with all of the things that were on that to-do list, and AI being one of them. And I realized that we were making some assumptions that were a little bit dangerous because we weren't thinking about them critically for our environment. And one of them actually relates to this idea of what good looks like for AI adoption. Speaking to Diane's point earlier, defining that success measures is critical, because at the moment, the majority of companies that I work with speak to adoption success being just use cases. You know, people are using it, right? But actually, if we don't design it intelligently into the system, if we don't understand how the technology works, where it adds value and where its limitations are, where people are best utilized and where tech is best utilized, what we end up doing is just using this very scattergun sort of non-discriminatory approach. And the result of that is actually that we are risking our competitive advantage. A lot of companies are actually losing, not right now, but in the very near future, are losing their competitive advantage, because what they're doing is they're not thinking, what's my industry? What is disruption going to look like in my industry? how is this going to change what customers expect from us? What's going to be easier for them to produce? So therefore, where are we adding greater value? What's our expertise used in? What's our USP in this marketplace? How do we stay ahead? When you use it in an indiscriminatory way, you can so easily actually lower the quality of the product, both internally and externally, that you're producing, because you've got people who don't know how to use the tool. Even with the basic fluency, they're not really optimizing for the people side. They're optimizing for the tech, and they're losing out on their value. So everyone's kind of using the same technologies, and actually you might be lowering the moat and making it easier for your competitors to copy you. And you also might be making it easier for your customers to replace you with in-house tools, because the value you provide is not so much higher than the value that they can get from their own intelligent technologies that they're using. So getting really clear on where are we using it, why are we using it, and specifically, where are we not going to use it? Where is this, and it's not like saying this is a hard line, we're never going to use it here. It's like, where is the point to not use it here? Because actually, this is our USP. This is where we need our people to really shine. And I think that that's, again, where, HR and people leaders have such a great influential voice in the room. We can be that person that steps in and is like, hey, have we thought about this? Have we thought about what this might look like in practice? And I think that the goal of efficiency shouldn't come at the cost of value. I talk a lot about like designing for value, not volume. And I think with AI adoption, that's something that we need to think about quite carefully, is where is it adding value? Where are people adding value? And how do we make sure the volume doesn't decrease the quality that we produce in our organizations? There's so many more risks I could talk about, but keeping it brief, I think that's one that a lot of people aren't thinking about so much at the moment.
So powerful, Alicia. I love how you've sort of curated this us to think about more than productivity and efficiency, because when we're just talking about AI use and aligning that to productivity and efficiency, we're limiting ourselves to just think of it as technology. And this was a big mindset shift personally for me, because we've always been thinking about AI in the loop, and this is a term that I've heard 1,000 times, and every time I heard it, it made me feel more passive, like it's happening to me and I'm just a human in the loop who has some role at some point. But recently I heard this statement which said human in the lead, and that provided me a different kind of a mindset to think about AI. When I'm still in charge, I still do the work that I do, be more strategic, be more intentional, do not lose that secret sauce. What do our customers admire us for? And not really dilute that with AI just because everybody else is doing that. So thinking of mindset shift, one other thing that also helped me realize on my AI adoption journey was thinking about AI as a tool versus a new colleague who's just joined the company. And when somebody new joins, we give them context, we tell them what our values are, what's important for them, for our company, what's our secret sauce, almost set them up for success. But when I used AI as a tool, it was more like, go do this for me. Changing that mindset has been super helpful. So speaking of the mindset change, I was thinking, Andy, if you'd like to come in and talk about how important is this mindset in AI enablement?
I love the analogy that you use, because when you think of it that way, right? I think sometimes early mindset is like, I give this prompt, I get the response, I'm like, oh, that looks good, I'll use that. But if you had a new colleague and you asked them to do something and they gave you something, you'd be like, great, ship it, it's done. But it's not really that way. So I personally kind of had to come to that and had to shift the way that I thought about it, not even just in that perspective, but even just like when I started using it, right? Oftentimes I would work and do my normal work, and when I got stuck, I would go pull up ChatGPT, Gemini, whatever. But I'm like, if I start early on, if I just assume that I'm ignorant to what insight or assistance I could get, I'm just gonna start early on. I think that's really critical. We rolled out, like, here are the fundamentals on how to use like ChatGPT, for example. Here's how to use this. Here's like prompt engineering, all that. And we got to this point where we're at that next phase of AI adoption. We're like, what's missing? And talking with our chief people officer, I was like, I feel like we haven't really taken time to like level set everybody on like how to mentally approach this, right? To acknowledge that everybody's in a different spot, right? That everybody isn't going to be in the same place. And I was like, I think that honestly should have been our first step. And even when you're enabling other people, sometimes you just have to start with the expectation that, like I said before, it's going to move quickly. You're going to make mistakes. It's not going to be perfect, but just be open to getting that feedback, listening to other people, and know how you have to shift that, because everybody should be kind of moving in the same general direction. It's just at different speeds.
Natasha, I'd love to hear your voice about it. I know that you'd like to share something with the team.
Sure. And there's some really interesting insights that are coming in from the mindset perspective, especially on the shift of mindset. When AI started getting adopted in Europe, the first thing that I heard from the founders here was, what happens to governance? Are we compromising the governance and the risk control? And that's when they started looking at experimentation and governance as opposing force. And they started struggling because they treated governance as a gatekeeper at the end of the experimentation process rather than as the guardrail at the beginning. There's something very innovative that our founders did. What's working for us is they created a safe to try sandbox. And this safe to try sandbox actually helped and enabled mindset shifts in controlled environments where teams can experiment with real data, but within the predefined policy and boundaries. Governance actually became embedded in the workflow, in the model documentation, in the bias checks, security reviews, data permission. They all became a complete part of the sprint cycle and not as a separate approval event. What we are also now working on is the tiered risk models. So not every AI use case study carries the same risk. For example, a marketing content assistant doesn't require the same oversight as an AI tool making forced decision. So when you right size the governance to risk, you protect the organization without slowing the innovation. So what I am realizing, another part of the mindset is it's all about designing governance to move at the speed of experimentation and not looking at governance and risk controls as the opposing forces in this whole journey. Thank you.
Thank you, Natasha. That's super helpful. And then I wouldn't let this panel go without asking this question. This is our last question for the panel. If you had to prioritize one capability to build in next 12 months to prepare for AI at scale, what would that be and why? And we'll go around the room. Anybody can start pitching in.
I'll jump in just as one capability that Natasha just alluded to, which I think is so important, particularly when it comes to responsible AI use, is that idea of responsible learning, responsible implementation. And I'll give you just a framework that we use a lot with clients that really helps embed that as an individual judgment skill, which is we talk a lot about glass balls and rubber balls. So glass balls are the precious parts of your organization, the private data, the critical relationships, the site that needs to be up and running. Rubber balls are the more resilient things. So like Natasha, what you're talking about is like marketing copy for a social media post. Like you get it wrong, you get another at bat. Like it's not going to be a huge deal if you get it wrong. And so we talk about helping people understand on the individual and team and org level, what are our glass balls? What are our rubber balls? And then how do we put some rubber around the glass, right? So it's not as if we can't do things with those glass balls, but we need to put that extra layer of rubber around it before we start to experiment with it. And that could also be things like making decisions about humans, right? Like hiring decisions, promotion decisions, et cetera. Another good example of a glass ball, how do you put rubber around the glass in that instance to like mitigate bias, et cetera. So glass ball, rubber ball, that skill is one that I think is going to be really critical for the future.
Thank you, Diane. I love that analogy of glass ball and rubber ball. That helps you prioritize as well.
I'll jump in. I love the glass ball, rubber ball analogy. That's amazing. If my perspective is, if a business needs to prioritize one thing, I don't know that it's a capability, but it's more so a focus on understanding the operating model and how it needs to change for tomorrow. I believe, from what I've seen in many circumstances, companies aren't actually AI ready. They're relying on HR to really be the change agents of organizational readiness and communication and talent planning and whatnot. But the framework has not adopted yet. So I think really understanding what is the ideal operating model, what does it need to be in order to be AI ready, meaning the governance and the workflows and the feedback loops and the accountability structures. And then once that's in place, then begin to, I don't like to say do the implementation, but start the implementation and the adoption and whatnot, because oftentimes we're trying to bolt a jet engine onto a horse carriage and the wheels just won't hold up. So I think more of that understanding of the operating model, more focus on the operating model, and more rigor around it are probably a good focus.
Awesome. Same question, Natasha.
So for me, and what I am also experiencing in the organization, is enterprise-wide AI literacy with governance. And this is not just training on the tools, it is training on how AI makes decisions, where does the bias emerge, what human in the loop really means, and when not to use AI. And this is coming from the fact that technology evolves faster to centralize all expertise. So if your leadership is not understanding the implications of AI and how the risk multiplies, then you are pushing yourself in a wider loop of unknown and uncertainty. And then trading off intelligently without escalating everything just becomes, who's going to bell the cat? That kind of a question. So I think it's important to look at enterprise-wide AI literacy with governance fluency.
Thank you, Natasha. Next up, Alicia.
Oh my gosh, so many great points. So in the interest of not repeating some of them, I think that something that is really important for us to think about that extends beyond just capability is around the environment creation. So operating model is how we operate and how we build AI into it. But actually the environment that we need to exist in when it comes to AI is one of pace and change and ambiguity. Those are not things that our brains are wired for very well from our evolutionary psychology. So from a leadership perspective, from a cultural perspective, we need to think really carefully about how we are tying that rubber ball around our brains and actually supporting that functionality within how we operate. So that's something that leaders can be building in now in terms of how they work, as well as the AI capabilities, as well as the redesign. So I think that these things need to go in tandem so that we can actually achieve good output together.
Thank you, Alicia. Last but not the least, Andy.
I think, especially if you're early in your adoption, one of the things, and I'll be ultra specific, is making sure that you standardize the way all of the different functional areas and pockets of the company are storing their information, right? Information that you can pull from, that you can enable like an HR business partner to have a very in-depth data-driven conversation with the needs, the gaps, the areas for sales, for engineering or whatever. Because if you lay that out, which is not really anything that you need to buy a tool for, that's, a conversation to have with your IT department, with the CTO or whatever. But if everybody has their information, their data from the company standpoint in the same place, accessible the same way, and then you start to scale with these other tools that can aggregate and draw analytics from and build dashboards and all that good stuff, like you are able to get to your insights a lot faster, as opposed to pausing, going back, cleaning everything up, getting it in the right spot, in the right order, and then moving forward again. So that's definitely the focus for me personally anyways.
Thank you for bringing us home, Andy. I appreciate you all so much, Natasha, Andy, Alicia, Jared, Diane. This was power packed. I'll be listening to this again and again. So many practical tips, and I hope people are going back with something actionable, some insight that they can use. We've had such power packed entire summit today, and please come back for more tomorrow. Over to you, Jessa. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Enrique.
Thank you, Anju, for facilitating the panel. It was amazing and such an interesting conversation. We are exciting to close the conversation today with this particular topics. It's so good. And with that, we conclude day 2 of the HR Tech, AI, and Digital Transformation Summit. And I would love to provide a heartfelt thanks to our incredible moderators and our generous speakers, and of course, our global HR community who have been with us all the time. And thank you for your engagement, curiosity, and your commitment to shaping the future of HR. AI in HR is not just about the technology, as we all know, it's about leadership, responsibility, and thoughtful implementation as well. So we truly appreciate your time and for you to spending that with us. And I would remind again, for people who are here on the free hacking HR accounts, please to stay with us until the end of the summit and collect your badges. And for those who are hacking HR members, please don't forget to grab your creditly badges. And thank you again to our sponsors, Spark Hire and iSpring, for providing this amazing opportunity. And we look forward to seeing you again tomorrow for our final day of conversations. Until then, thank you and have a wonderful rest of your evening.